In World of Wonder version 3.4, we made several improvements to interactions and gameplay devices. Let's check them out. Let's start with the updates to the defensive tower device and environment control device. You can now set multiple defense towers when using interaction activation. Now, when players interact with the device in a creation, they can select any defense tower from the list to spawn it. New environment control device weather. You can now give your creation a unique sky with blood moon weather. Next, we updated the water cube. With more customization options, you can now customize them to look like lava and polluted water. We hope this helps you design gameplay that's even better suited for your creation. Finally, to help creators design creations more efficiently, we've made various interaction improvements. In area editing mode, the grid plane's height will no longer change when placing objects. At the same time, free editing mode now supports zooming in and out using your fingers. In terms of the backpack, you can now choose whether to have it cover half the screen or be further minimized. We've also added secondary tabs and tags, so you can find the objects you need much faster. Furthermore, you can now drag objects directly from the backpack to place them. We also improved horizontal and vertical character movement by removing the effects of inertia. You can long press to continue moving. In free editing mode, use the quick move button to move directly to the plane of a selected object. The camera is now positioned towards the right when the UI is expanded, so it no longer blocks the player or objects. This should make editing objects more convenient. Likewise, when editing building objects, they can be resized and rotated along the X and Y axes without using parameter switches. That's it for this introduction to the new and improved World of Wonder editor controls. Experience the latest improvements for yourself. To learn more, please follow the official PUBG Mobile community. Winner winner, chicken dinner. See you next time. Dear survivors of PUBG Mobile Metro Royale, have you noticed that the town is a little different from before? A mysterious power is quietly approaching. Let's see what happened to the town. When the darkness of night falls, the town becomes rather enchanting. You will find a bottle of transformation salve in your backpack. It will bring you a completely different experience. Use it to transform into a vampiric fiend or wolf warrior. Use their powers to fight against zombies and other enemies. If you choose to become a vampiric fiend, you will gain the ability to fly. When you're surrounded by zombies, you can make a quick escape. You can also fly in the sky and launch attacks at enemies on the ground. Once you reach a certain altitude, you can use the quick dive ability to swoop to the ground, dealing damage to zombies and enemies within range. Also, after you defeat an enemy, a blood orb will spawn nearby on the battleground. Touch it to recover some health over a short period of time. When transformed, you will automatically absorb blood orbs nearby. If you choose to become a wolf warrior, you will gain a speed boost, jump boost, and wall climb ability. These abilities enhance your mobility, helping you sprint quickly to the next fight. You can also jump and climb walls to get over obstacles. Additionally, wolf warriors have a close combat advantage. You can punch to deal damage to zombies and enemies within range. When sprinting, you can still launch an attack to damage enemies within range. Oh, and using the Howl ability buffs you and your nearby teammates. Whether you choose to transform into a vampiric fiend or a wolf warrior, they will grant you power in the dark of night. Making strategic use of their abilities will definitely provide you with a unique and fun gaming experience. To that end, we've also made adjustments and improvements to the room feature in Metro Royale. We've removed some original room parameters and also added some new ones. Now, in the room's advanced parameters screen, You can enable all members use owner's loadout and talents. After enabling it, all players will use the owner's preset loadout and talents. We've also added settings for match duration and return point ready duration. You can customize their parameters according to match requirements. Furthermore, players spectating in the room can now view return point information on the spectator map. In addition to all of this, we've also improved how custom parameters are displayed on the room screen. You can now clearly see details of the parameters you wish to customize. We hope these improvements will elevate your gaming experience. Some basic functions have also been improved. From Chapter 22 onwards, you can head to Settings, Controls, Advanced Controls to choose if you want to show teammate outfits in the lobby and during matches. Furthermore, on the screen to hide advanced equipment, we've added the Hide Advanced Helmet option so you can further customize your look in the lobby and during matches. Additionally, players who play both Classic Mode and Metro Royale can head to Settings and, depending on their needs, independently disable auto pickup for just Metro Royale. Chapter 22 also brings new season rewards and collectibles, so don't forget to increase your season level and get your collectibles and rewards. On top of that, Misty Port, Arctic Base, and the Zombie Uprising mode will have special supply crates scattered around. These crates may turn out to be a treasure specter when open. If you happen to come across them, don't let them get away. Defeat them to get lots of supplies. Remember to look out for them. Oh, and one final thing. You can swipe left from the lobby to access your most played game modes and set Metro Royale as a shortcut. That way, you can easily access Metro Royale. PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 22 will be available on September 12th. Don't miss out on this update. Embark on an enchanting adventure, and may your evacuation be safe and your loot plentiful. Fortune favors the brave. Welcome to PUBG Mobile 3.4. As part of this update, we've added a new themed mode and improved the game as a whole. Let's explore this new version together. The conflict between the vampires and werewolves has lasted for several millennia, and now you can take part in it as well. Welcome to PUBG Mobile's newest themed mode, Blood Moon Awakening. Allow me to introduce you to the new themed areas, where the werewolves and vampires call home. Let's check them out. The area before us is vampire territory, the Crimson Castle. It has loads of supplies, and you can access the final reward crate sooner through battle. Here, the sky alternates between day and night. Hide in one of the many coffins inside the castle to ambush your enemies. You'll also find the vampire throne there. Legend has it that activating it unleashes an immense and mysterious power. The castle's altar room contains ritual crates that contain rich loot and the activation item for the vampire throne. Additionally, crimson keys can be found throughout the map. Use them to open a portal that will bring you or your teammates straight to the Crimson Castle. Have yourself a blood-sucking adventure. Here, we have before us the ancestral home of the werewolves, the Wolf Settlement. There are various ancient buildings here to explore. This area also alternates between day and night. At night, you can activate a puzzle via the ancestral statue beneath the spirit tree. Find the lost wolf spirits to get the ancestral treasure. Lastly, let's go over the new vehicle in this version, the two-seater animal vehicle, Horse. It can swim and jump, and you can fire from it while mounted. When you're with your team, it can follow allies. It can also be fed and recalled. A horse infected with crimson energy gains an additional double jump ability. Are you ready to explore the land of the supernatural? I look forward to seeing how you fare. Now, you can use the new character transformation mechanic to join the battle as a vampire or a werewolf. First, let's go over the Wolf Warrior. Use Wolf Salve to turn into a Wolf Warrior. After transforming, you'll gain a dash ability and the ability to scale walls by jumping. Finally, they have a special Howl ability that grants themselves and all nearby allies enhanced movement speed and damage reduction. Next, let's go over the Vampiric Fiend. Use Blood Oath Extract to become one. After doing so, eliminating an enemy in either human or vampiric fiend form will generate a blood orb. Touch them to quickly restore your health. vampiric fiends can absorb these orbs from a distance. Right after transforming into a vampire, you'll grow wings and gain the ability to fly. Fly swiftly over short distances, or swoop down swiftly to strike a target area, dealing damage and knocking enemies back. Finally, vampiric fiends can fire energy bombs that unleash crimson gas on impact. Players caught within the gas cannot use medical items. Now then, which of these two creatures do you prefer? Get in the game and try it out. In the new version, we've added several new mechanics. Within the Crimson Castle, you'll find the formidable boss, Dracula. Pick up a crimson crystal from the map and crush it to open a crimson rift that will bring you straight to his lair. Dracula has two forms. In his first form, he'll approach his prey swiftly and unleash powerful melee attacks. He may also turn into a bat and teleport beside you. After defeating him in the first phase, he'll enter a frenzied state. Dracula uses various ranged attacks in the frenzied state and also brings out a shield. But fear not, after breaking his shield, he'll take a lot more damage. Get behind cover to evade his ranged attacks. Challenge Dracula now to get amazing rewards. Moving on, we've also spiced up treasure hunting with gargoyle troves and treasure specters. You'll get loads of great rewards from them. Additionally, we've added a banner display mechanic that lets you show off your elimination count after transforming. Let everyone know your achievements in Blood Moon Awakening. In this version's updated classic mode, we added a new dual-wield firearm, the Dual MP7. It equips to the pistol slot, is agile, enjoys a fast rate of fire, but does not support aiming down sights. Likewise, we added a new vehicle, the Hovercraft. It can be operated on land and in water, and is equipped with armored glass that prevents players inside and outside from firing at each other. We've also added the self-AED to classic mode. We hope it adds another layer of tactics. Also, the Crimson Castle Plaza themed map has been added to arena mode. Defeat enemies with your teammates in intense battles like never before. Stay tuned for classic mode update videos to learn more. With Blood Moon Awakening's arrival, you can now also fight zombies in Metro Royale's Zombie Uprising mode as a werewolf or vampire. Choose from different abilities to thwart the zombie waves. We've also added treasure specters to the Misty Port and Arctic base maps. Defeat them to get great rewards. Furthermore, we've made some room and basic feature updates. Follow Metro Royale announcements for more details. The new version brings the debut of the Maple Courtyard Palace series of home items, along with an event celebrating its launch. New stylish items await you. Don't forget to join the home competition. Unleash your creativity and build your dream home. Stay tuned for home update videos to learn more. Version 3.4 also brings Wonder Season to World of Wonder. Also, we've added a new map template featuring Erangel after a century-long drought. More importantly, vampire and werewolf transformations are now available in World of Wonder. May this bring your World of Wonder creativity to a new level. For more details, stay tuned for World of Wonder news. Plus, Cycle 7 Season 20 has been updated, with new tier rewards for both Classic Season and Casual Season. That's it for this overview of the new content available in Blood Moon Awakening. Get ready for the grand supernatural showdown between werewolves and vampires. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
So the next time you're alone, here, but Ratto Boy goes down. The need through the backline. He finds one, and it's shot.
There's the response back though. First pickup. Yo! He goes on to do it.
It's Friday. Got to get down on Friday here at the PMSL EMEA. We are going to be getting into our third day of week 3, our last opportunity for the teams on offer to find those points for the league ranking points towards the end of the week to try and qualify for those finals, Blaine.
Yeah, there's not much time left. There is not much time left for a lot of our teams here to get themselves towards that top side. You can check out how things are going for all of our teams down below over our socials, over at PUBG Mobile Europe official at Instagram, TikTok, as well as YouTube. Make sure you check it out.
Absolutely. Head on over. Make sure that you are keeping up to date, because things like Monster Energy, for where you can unleash the beast, will be there as well at monsterenergy.com/gaming. Make sure you are trying that one out and heading over there for all your important information about Monster.
Yes, all about the important information about Monster can be located right there in front of your eyes. Also, our prize pool for this whole tournament, $400,000 on the line. As per usual, prize pool for just participating, 40,000, but there is some player bonus as well for 9,500, including our show matches and challenges during the league stage.
Yeah, we are going to be giving out little chunks of cash as time goes on. But the big kahuna burger is that first place prize. $55,000 for first place if you can make it to those finals. $5,000 guaranteed, which would up your guaranteed earnings from $2,000 for the participation reward to $7,000 overall. So definitely something that these teams should be striving for.
Absolutely, there is a big chunk of money at the top there for the finals first place. So although some of the teams are kind of already made it in terms of PMGC points towards where they want to be, there is still more to play for in the future. But we'll be starting off the day over on Sanhok, heading over towards Erangel, and then finishing on Miramar. And we do have a TDM sandwiched in between, as per usual, here today.
In the midst of it all, a little bit of a break. Of course, those MVP callouts coming through. Let's take a look at today's groups. Of course, Group D sitting out. You can see that's Brute Force, Black Esports, S2G, and Enigma Galaxy. They are not playing today. They are taking their 1 day off, as every team gets 1 day off during the week. But we are going to be welcoming back Na'Vi, Fireflux, Vibes, and Trovo 2030. Wait, hang on a minute. They already had their day back in. Like yesterday. It's a different group that sat out yesterday. It was RCB, Heroic, Footballers Chaos, and Zeus who sat out yesterday. They'll be coming back in today.
Yeah, get them back in. But yeah, we do have quite a lot of our really strong teams actually playing today. I think that we lost not maybe our weakest group, but particularly we have a lot of the strong contenders that we've seen already do very, very well so far with us here in our third day. Obviously, Na'Vi will be playing out the rest of the week, considering they sat out day 1. And so far, their day 1 did not go terribly at all. The overall rankings are here on your screens. 4 chicken dinners for Virtus Pro, with 0 of Twisted Minds and Team Falcons, who follow up behind them in second and third place. 77 were able to put up 76 points. And then it's a little bit of a just 2-step down from each of these points downwards. Team Spirit, not the same performance as week 2. But still not too bad. 68 points. It could definitely be better. I don't think they're too unhappy with how things have gone so far.
No, they're pulling an RV week 2 right at the moment, and they have shown a couple of weaknesses, but hopefully they can patch those over in the next 3 days that they've got, or 2 days that they've got left to play. Na'Vi, 55 points on the 1 day, so not quite up at that 10-point average, but still very, very respectable there. Brute Force and IWNRX also towards the top of this second page. Brute Force not playing today, so IWNRX going to surpass them and break that tie on 52.
down towards the bottom side of the tables. It's Heroic. 30 points down towards Footballers Chaos for 11. Heroic saw the weird one here, considering that we saw them do very, very well beforehand, but now up to 30 total points here. Bit interesting, but what can you do? I think sometimes you're just going to always have those off weeks.
Yeah, it's just something that happens every now and again. Unfortunately, when it happens in a tournament, it's a little bit more impactful than when you're scrimming, when you're practicing, when you're getting that practice in before the season. Let's take a look at our top 3, I believe. We're going to be checking that one out. Top 3 players first to reach 100 eliminations. Lemon, currently three eliminations short. Zadira and Nomi also hot on his heels. It's been a conversation between these 3 players for a while now as to who is going to reach that bubble first, reach that 100 points, get the century.
Yeah, I mean, for Nomi, definitely a bit of a fall off this week for him, but honestly, it's not too bad. But for Lemon, yeah, definitely looked like he was going to get overtaken by Zadira, but was able to pull out the back here, 97 points. And I think that, you know, unless something is crazy here for 77 on their day 3, it's likely that Lemon will grab that 100 points.
Yeah, you would expect. I mean, it is very possible, though, to just get 7 elims in a single game, right? If you get a good chicken dinner, if you get a strong performance, it can definitely happen. Here's a head-to-head between Na'Vi and 77. Week 3 averages. Na'Vi able to put up a lot more eliminations per game. You can see over getting 2 more points on average from eliminations every single match.
And to be honest with you, that's where Na'Vi's got the majority of their points from throughout the entirety of this tournament is eliminations. They're a massively elimination-heavy team. They tend to pick up most of their points that way. And matches that seem to be kind of going badly, considering placement points, you look at it again, you're like, oh, they got 12 elims that game. That's a chicken dinner in a little bit. So I think for Na'Vi, they have probably the most untoward playstyle inside this lobby. Very, very different from everyone else who is a little bit more focused towards those placement points.
Yeah, so it's sometimes going to work out, of course. I mean, we saw the biggest example, as I think we'll be talking about maybe for quite a while longer, is IHC, right, back in PMGC at the end of last year, doing so well, just basically purely on elimination performance, which saw them to that title as well, with some missteps from the teams around them that were more focused on positional play, but still, they were able to do so much work just going for those fights and being very, very aggressive. It definitely can work out for you, but it is a high-risk strategy, I think, overall.
Yeah, it definitely is. And it's also a strategy that can pay off massively, though, if it does work out. And that's the problem with it, is that you do have like these big turnarounds in terms of having week 1s like Na'Vi had to suddenly, you know, being on more of a coaster. But if you look at their week 1 and you think about that in context of a 3-day finals, if you have that similar approach, very hard to catch you up. So it's a playstyle that can reward you, just like it rewarded IHC over in PMGC last year.
Yeah, maybe we'll see some adjustments towards the end of week 3. I'm expecting some interesting things to start coming out from the teams towards the bottom of those tables. And that's an unfortunate time to bring up Falcons. But in general, you know, their week 3 has been a little bit more performant than their previous showings. I mean, you can see, of course, on week 3, they haven't even played all of their days, right? So they are trying to catch up to their week 2 standings and hopefully able to do more. They've only had 2 days in the matches, so maybe they'll be able to turn it around.
A lot more than a little bit performing. Currently in 3rd place right now. I think Team Falcons, considering their week 2 and week 1, you know, it hasn't always been insane, but this team's been on an upwards trajectory the entire time as Team Falcons. And I think they'll be very pleased to be in 3rd place right now. I don't think they expected to be here, but they played some very good gameplay. It's been more tactical than anything. I still think they struggle going toe-to-toe with some of the best squads in the lobby, but so far they are putting up points. And if they have to play like this to get those points to get into finals, fair play to them. I've been really pleased with what I've been seeing this week.
Yeah, Spark has been doing quite a lot for Falcons in terms of, he's the highest currently rated MVP. On the MVP ratings, he's the highest player on the Team Falcons, which is obviously going to be doing pretty well for them. At Ragnar, pretty close behind as well. So both of them starting to find their feet and get some fragging done in this lobby, which is not an easy task, but the Falcons starting to spread their wings, hopefully. Maybe they'll be able to make it all the way to those finals and show us what more they've got over there. But we still have to get through 3 more days of games. They've only got 2 more to play, I believe. But we're still here for every single one of them. The teams get to sit out. Why don't we? I don't know. It's not fair, but that's just how the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, where's our sub day? That's the real question. Yeah, I think that it's been certainly an interesting one so far. We do have 3 more days to play, but today is one of those days, just so you're aware. We're not carrying through to Monday. We do have some time off now and again. But yeah, I think that the Falcons, we'll see if they can glide on through to the finals. I hope they can. They're a team I'm always rooting for teams that improve the most. I don't like teams that stagnate. I like teams that have an upward trajectory. Also, teams that just do well week to week. That's also fine. If you don't have any improvements, but you don't have anywhere to improve, that's okay, also okay for me in my books.
Yeah, I mean, maintenance of strength is still very, very valuable, right? And sometimes, even if you don't improve or even if you fall off, if you've just done incredibly well, so like Team Spirit or like Na'Vi in week 1, it's still not the worst thing. So maintaining strength, I would argue, in a long-form tournament like this is almost more important, right? So limiting your fall-offs whilst maximizing your increases, your gains, your learnings, your lessons that you're absorbing from the rest of the lobby. That's the name of the game in these long-form matches, because every team each week is playing 24 matches, which puts them up at 68. I believe. No, 62. 62 matches played over the 3 weeks of games. Have I got that wrong again? I think it's 72. Let's go with that. 72 matches played each week. So you definitely want to be keeping those averages nice and high. And Na'Vi on Sanhok are putting up numbers. You can see that high elimination strategy working out for them here. 3.89 on average eliminations.
Yeah, it's been going pretty damn well for them. But here we go, getting into Sanhok fairly shortly. With all our teams getting into it, we do have our plane going down from Hatin over towards Cave here. So from the northwest down towards that southeast point. I don't think it started up towards the north side of the map in a little while, actually.
Maybe a little bit better for the hot drop for 77 and power, but we'll have to wait because it looks like it's... Oh, I don't think we're going to have to wait very long. Let's have a look at that hot drop because it just keeps on going. And it's 77 who kind of bite the bullet sometimes more often than not, and that's slowing them down a little bit. Sure, you only get 4 matches per week on Sanhok, and you may just want to try and play those strange numbers, but it is getting hairy for them. Could be Zeus, and I believe that's Twisted Minds as well, hot dropping on that Northwest Island as well. Virtus Pro and RCB back at it again in Painan. As Easy finds the first knock. The shutdown as well onto Magnum, and Power already have the advantage. Sard, oh, he's down, and that's going to be a trade. The knife, oh, if he gets to pick up the DBS, that's going to be great news for Zadira.
Very, very good news indeed. Zadira starting things off well, especially for the points tally towards the top side. This is extremely important for him. That should send him up towards 96 off the back of that one.
Wow.
In fact, a little bit more than that, 98 on that flush.
That's going to be pretty quick, right? You know, you get in, you get another elim. Uh-oh. I think that's going to be an instant re-knock potentially onto Shifu. Okay, that's smart. They didn't actually complete that. Unfortunately, though, the burn was too strong. Wasn't enough health on the down, but Zadira still holding the door frame. Easy with the double barrel. He's got one shot at winning this trade, otherwise Zadira will chew through him with that DBS. Now it's Zadira's time to take momentum, but Easy backs off. They both know the stakes of this one. It's a 1v1. At the moment, RCB, they flexed out of Painan, but they're scrapping with Team Spirit instead. Zadira around the edge. Oh, a nade. Okay, that's just a stunner to contend with. Pulls the pin. Zadira biding his time, looking for the health to tick back up. No one wants to make their first move.
Very worried about this one. Zadira looks to send out. Here's the player head upstairs. He's going to bide his time.
That's quite an ominous reload sound. You hear that coming from downstairs, you know, oh, I can't afford to not hit the headshot on the first peek. That DBS will chunk through it. Easy trying to bait out the shots, trying to lower the pressure on his magazines. But Zadira's down. In the meantime, RCB did leave Painan blank. They left and tried to flex out to the north. They caught one of Team Spirit and got a point for it. So no hot drop in Painan.
Easy. Stun grenade. Sent down. Blinds himself more than Zadira. That one goes
Interesting technique.
pretty poorly.
He's got a helmet now and a Tommy gun. Easy. Out onto the balcony. Both teams feeling, or both players rather, feeling a little bit more confident on this one. Easy on the stairwell, but the double barrel doesn't even need the second shot. Zadira's out. Not the sentry this game for him. Trovo 2030 gets caught by Dokuma. He's very isolated. He's completely separated from the rest of his team, but he gets the point. He gets that flush very, very quickly. That's going to leave Trovo hiding on the inside. The nade in tags a lot of damage, but one sent to his feet as well. Takes him very low, and Footballers Chaos going to want to retreat off this one.
Yeah, Footballers Chaos needing to back up a little bit, or at least provide some assistance over towards Dokuma. Smoke's down. And nade's not really going anywhere near him currently. Trovo, 2030, all inside the building. Took a break yesterday. Back into the mix today. Pretty slow fight going on at the moment.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricksy. I mean, Trovo 2030, they don't even want to move out this direction. Footballers Chaos on their northeast side. The difficulty that they have now is that IWNRX sit in their primary rotation spot down to their southwest, and probably holding this compound at this stage is the best decision for Trovo 2030. The difficulty, again, there is that they're going to get surrounded fairly quickly by teams moving in from that northwest island around Paradise Resort. There's going to be a lot of sharks in the water waiting for them to dip their toes in. On the south side, Vibes have pushed into the west side of Quarry. RCB are up to the Junction compound southeast of Boot Camp, and Team Spirit have taken the hills on the northeast side of that. Na'Vi is over on the east side of Quarry as well. Fireflux losing Lux, and Na'Vi picking up points to start off their approach on the southeast side. Spray down, looking good there. Scarface not going to be able to hold off against Lemon. Team Spirit are taking more knocks and flushes in the meantime, as well as Vibes and RCB both catapult up towards them.
Yeah, I mean, for Scarface, a bit of an unfortunate self-knock there on the nade. I want to say unfortunate, but he really did just throw it at himself. Here's our replay. The start of that engagement between them and 77. Zadira going crazy, and then picked up the DBS from the death crate. So that was an instant turnaround.
Yeah, it was nice and swift. Didn't even manage to get a full magazine loaded. Lemon is down. Soulless actually gets the knock with the nade onto Flip, and that's going to be brutal for Na'Vi. They're now down to just Axa trying to chase it on, but he's all the way up the top there. They were banking on that res. Ketch was able to get that sideswipe knock on towards Lemon. Flip now down in the same position, and Soulless can overwatch it. It's going to be almost impossible for Axa to get this res.
That is Flip and Lemon gone, which means Lemon finishes this game at 98 elims. So neck and neck with Zadira coming into game 2.
And Nomi is also, I believe, eliminated for Team Spirit, which means our race will once again slow itself down.
Everyone taking a pit stop. Very early in the game as well. Barely even stage 2. Take a look at the map though. Current proceedings. Twisted Minds moving in from that western side, coming off from the top of Northwest Island, where they were able to get fantastic game yesterday. Not quite the chicken dinner, but huge amount of eliminations.
The next circle going to come on through, and I think that's... We're waiting for that shift, really. Down to the southwest side, and this is interesting. It means IWNRX's compound now going to feel a lot of force, a lot of pressure from the east side to try and hold that line. I'm expecting a team to break to the compound out to the west on that road there. Could be RCB, could maybe be Zeus from the north. But Vibes trying to make their way through Virtus Pro. A lead weight as they try and stretch out in front of them.
Virtus Pro obviously still pumping from yesterday. Looking fairly good, actually. was really pleased with what I saw yesterday. Koa obviously doing a huge amount of work for them. I say that as he hits the deck. I wonder if they'll be able to stick this res. Potentially. And they have a bit more of a stronghold now over this position. Bishke just needs to make sure he doesn't get knocked, but another lovely nade from him.
Bishke around the side of the rock. There's nades pouring forwards, forced to the side, and there's Icy to sweep it away. Now it's just Mozero, and I don't think you even want to go for this engagement. Maybe you get a pick off, sure, but at this point, I just think it's so unlikely, and there's nothing for you there now. Malloy is going to be keeping an eye out towards the North Hills, but it's not going to matter. Vibes down to just one. Is everybody else going to bleed out? Going to get taken down. Virtus Pro, 4 points now from eliminations this match. Keeping up the pace as Mazzaro under pressure. Guild taking shots over towards Virtus Pro on the southwest side of their rotation, but Zero needs to be careful. Fortunately, Icy steps into his spray and will go down for it. Potential to get this res for Koa, though, pretty high.
RCB on our screens. Go towards that northern side. And I think Virtus Pro have attracted the attention of quite a few squads now. Ooh, cheeky spot. Obviously, getting shots underneath the vehicle is not fun.
Should find this res.
Nice.
Soon Zero backed off by Koa. I mean, that's going to be a good hop over and allow a lot more safety. You know you're going to force the amount of damage that you tagged on. You know you're going to force the re-peek into the angle. But Koa, I think, takes a little bit of damage from somewhere. Maybe sneaking the shots again just around the edge, but Zero forced to heal. And the res for Koa going to be a lot more likely. There it goes. So they are back in. They can hop back over the wall and stay a lot safer now. Try and strike out. It looks like Zeus are going to start to scout out towards the compound to the west of IWNRX that I was talking about earlier. Trovo 2030 also very close to it. So either team could kind of move in that direction. RCB, as for, playing a fairly... Not particularly wide split, but I think it's certainly a bold split given how the circle falls and the number of teams that sit around them. A lot on open terrain. Azel, the only one in the compound up the top of the hill.
Stage 3, looking like it could really head over down towards that southeast side around Quarry, which could make for a very interesting ending, especially with the amount of teams in this area. Heroic set up towards that high ground on the southeast. But equally setting up towards that northwest side. You have so little teams there. And I'd be excited to see Twisted Minds actually be able to get a strong match off the back of this one. Despite their positioning. With that circle, definitely gives them the chance to do it. And this is the one I was looking for. Will cause a lot of excitement down towards that southeast side.
Certainly put the crunch onto them. See how much they know about it. Twisted Minds on the northwest side. Also, just going to be slowly pushing their way in. Zeus do claim that compound on the west of this next circle. As it's going to go slap bang on top of these two dueling circles, really. Compounds, rather. Going to be major features into this next one. Heroic. Embroiled in the southeast quicksand right now with Falcons. It's going to be a mighty effort to extricate themselves from it. Heroic on 3 players. Falcons going to be looking a little bit healthier on 4 players. It's Walsh in with the challenge. Kevin in for the backup. Immediately Ali takes down his teammate, so it's up to Kevin to keep him safe. The backup from the top of the hill is going to come on through, but that's a beautiful Molotov onto the inside to push them off the wall. Unfortunately, the nade from the backlines finds Kevin, and now 2 players are down for Heroic. Falcons doing very, very well on this hold, and they can start to transition away from this area as well. I don't think that Volt goes in for this to try and get these reses. Again, it's the same story as what we saw with Vibes. It's just not going to be worth it.
No, just getting out of there. It's kind of your option here. And after finding a couple of knocks through Falcons, it's time for them to move too. They know that the player will bleed out in the process, so they can move further towards that north side. Perhaps even skirt around all the way over towards near Paris Resort, pick up one of those compounds. That might be very, very intelligent play to go through Barn to do that.
There's a spray down onto Walsh. Interesting there. Okay, they're grabbing the vehicle. I thought they were going to go for a little resupply, maybe low on supplies there. And actually only one nade for Spark and only one Molotov, so maybe he could have stopped off and grabbed something from the crates in the meantime, but no, he thinks he's got enough. The Falcons think they've got enough to be getting on with, or they think they need more pace into this circle. There's certainly a consideration given how far out they are, and given the number of teams that are already in. Virtus Pro sitting right on the north point of Quarry, RCB, looking down at them, thinking, what are you doing there? Go on, get out of there, shoot.
I mean, they don't want Virtus Pro to come through this area at all. Makes their lives a lot harder. Azell currently just holding up in the compound, but this is a pretty damn good hold from RCB. I think Virtus Pro will be lucky to make it out of this area without at least one casualty. IDPNRX, though, strong spot.
I was going to say RCB and Virtus Pro are two big scoring teams as well, remember. RCB putting in a lot of points on that first day, looking to try and slow down Virtus Pro so that they can catch up with the extra day that they have in hand. Circle goes all the way up, and as you said, IWNRX, strong compound. They can just stay there.
I'm a bit concerned about the circle, actually. I mean, for Zeus, strong spot over towards the west side. IWNRX, strong spot over towards the eastern side. Strange gamble for a lot of teams choosing whether to try and assault over towards the eastern side of this map or the western side. You're really not sure, so you might want to wait, in fact, for stage 5 on this one. But where do you hold on the outside of the map? It's a struggle. It's a real struggle, and teams more likely to gamble on the next circle.
I mean, Team Spirit right now in the middle of these two compounds, but they are definitely not safe. They've already had a knock. I believe that's over to Matic. And they are playing as two. But potential for them to be sort of warded almost by the teams on that east and on that west. It looks like east is going to eat a lot more of this aggression. Fireflux are here to play. Matic down. Kitsune biding his time. A hop in for Solus. Kitsune AFK? Not entirely sure. Is going to go down, and Fireflux will play on as two. Solus on the inside can look to get rezzed as well, and now they'll take up that mantle.
I mean, Fireflux kind of roll up, and there's not a massive amount of clapback from Team Spirit.
Yeah.
Interestingly, IDBNRX, though, still looking just to hold their position. Sees quite a lot of ground around them. And they can see out to a lot of these separate angles at the moment. So I think for IWNRX, it's just about being pretty vigilant on this spot.
Falcon spot Lord from Twisted Minds. They're pushing up around this south edge of Paradise Resort, trying to find these openings. Spark, though, spotted. Ali's already down. Hope and Ragnar now trying to keep them defended. Easy with the challenge on Ragnar. Can't quite win it out. That is going to leave Power out entirely. Twisted Minds back to 4 as well. And the Falcons are going to really suffer with the blue zone pushing them in. It is unfortunate. They have managed to get 3 eliminations so far. And Ragnar wants to find more over towards Twisted Minds. Getting a good spray down there. The blue zone not doing super hard ticks right now, but it's going to mount up fairly soon. Last to stand. Robs with the shots. Over towards Ragnar, the last to go. And Dokuma maybe wanting to chime in as the circle goes out to the east as well.
Falcons taking a couple of shots at the moment. Football is Chaos. Tried to prevent them from heading any further, but these teams like Twisted Minds, Trover 2030, Football is Chaos, Virtus Pro are going to get squeezed on this next circle, and that gamble to head over towards that eastern side for a lot of teams has paid off. For IWNRX, like I said, for the next few circles, it's just about being alert, present in this game.
Still just wanting to get rid of Falcons, who have managed to get back to 2. Trover 2030 sneaking in on that west side. Football is Chaos. Okay, they're descending towards IWNRX, and it's gone shockingly for them. Yekta trying to get the suppression on the window, but it's just not working out. In through the window. It's just not going to work when Kain is right there with that auto shotty. And Yekta now trapped on the outside. Not going to be able to get in, but is in the circle. Not for long, though, because he gets spotted. Swain takes him down.
Klein still just picking up a little bit more loot. It's Twisted Minds here. I think Twisted Minds as a team that is actually fairly good when it comes to close quarters. I wouldn't be surprised if they live out on this northern side. It's going to get tough. It's going to get a bit rowdy. I think they do have the best chance at it. Zeus getting ripped to pieces from both sides. Trovo 2030 and Guild pincering them.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Eren trying to find the right side of the rock, but I don't think there is one. Has to just keep moving. Keep dancing around it. Yusuf moving in to back up his teammate because they've got a clash with Twisted Minds on the north side now. As Guild are also crashing through RCB on that south edge. Twisted Minds potentially getting isolated here, but they still have the downhill advantage. Nades through, but the nade's not going to land. Over the top, Robs moves away from the connection. Out wide, and Doran eats a little tickler damage. No one going down just yet. RCB caught in the crossfire of Virtus Pro, and Guild will fall. Guild take a knock in the meantime. That is them eliminated. Trovo 2030 moving up, but Twisted Minds looking to hold. Unfortunately, not finding anything on this aggression. Lord will fall last, and Trovo 2030 don't even take a knock on their push up the hill. Twisted Minds down.
Marcelo looked like he was just spinning in circles on his chair. Somehow it worked. It was like a 360 turret on the northwest side. Very curious, but not the fight that I expected at all from Trovo 2030. So well done. I'll take down Twisted Minds, who well-renowned team for team fighting. Virtus Pro still going. 9 eliminations too, the highest in the lobby currently. From what has been a fairly difficult push for them.
They do take a knock onto Malloy though at the back. That's going to make things difficult. Koa goes down as well. Bishke gets the nade in, gets the molly through as well, leaving Guild on 2. Bishke can still get these reses. Zero breaks out wide, steps right into the nade, but how did that not take him down? Will get sprayed in the meantime, however, and Bishke now with a challenge onto GG, not GG. He's on half HP. Axe has lightened them up from the off angle as well. Gonna make this one a little bit harder. Bishke stepping around the rock, looks for the shotgun shells, but it's not gonna land. Guild stay alive. Virtus Pro will take an unfortunate duo knock on those nades, and the backstab from Virtus Pro to put them down. 11 eliminations is still a good result.
Good stuff from them. 11 elims. Yeah, powerful game from Virtus Pro despite the positioning, and that's what it's all about in PUBG Mobile, is extracting as much value as possible from games that might be a little bit more difficult for you. IWNRX felt set in the stars that this was definitely going to be their game. They were fated for it on that eastern side. And just no one had the capability with the way that this squeezed teams on the eastern side to even try and crash that compound. It was such a focal point for such a long amount of time. Anyone that tried to get close was just going to get torn up on the approach.
Yeah, IWNRX just getting this one gifted. Planted right at the doorstep here. Frozen needs to land the sprays though. Can't be too lackluster on your holds. Yusuf? Yeah, he's not going to be allowed in. There's just no way. It's an open field. I think Cattell, you just take the blue zone here. IWNRX, 6 eliminations, taking home that chicken dinner. Actually, I think they may have gotten 1 or 2 more than 6. I think they rack up to 7 or 8. We'll have to wait and see. But either way, a fairly, and I feel bad saying dull, but frankly it was in terms of their performance for that chicken dinner. They did exactly what they needed to do, however, and you cannot fault them for it. It's just a by-the-book chicken dinner. You can see they know that, but they'll take it anyway.
Yeah, you get the circle. Again, I think that they play all 4 corners of that compound really, really well. It's not always easy to do, but as I said, it was just the way that circle crunched in. It caused some big problems. There's Zed Wolf on your screens. Dang, he's got that shrimp posture. Did not expect that.
That's not the sort of posture of someone who stays hydrated, moisturized, flourishing. You just straight back on that one, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Falcons got Ali on our screen. Again, they were saddled with a very tough rotation. It really did not last long at all. I think Kitsune just didn't have time to take the shots because he was obviously sat up there to try and dodge the Molotov. I just don't think he expected them to jump into the Molotov, which is fair enough. I don't think I would have expected that either. Very much a surprise play.
I was interested in the fight between Virtus Pro here and Guild. I mean, Bishke did so much to almost one man for Virtus Pro, but unfortunately just couldn't quite find those shots for the auto shotty. It was a bit of a coin toss there, but I think even if he does win that out, Virtus Pro go down very, very soon after. It was 8 elims in the end, and as you say, that 4-point hold racking them up a lot of damage for IWNRX. It's not a passive game for them by any stretch. They didn't have to go for some dangerous rotations. They were in there very, very early, but they still were able to do the work. 1,700 damage, definitely a nice little cap off to their game.
Yeah, massively. And I'm happy for IWNRX there. I think they play it out well. There's not much more to say about their game. I think there's plenty more to say about Virtus Pro as well as Na'Vi getting quite far to the end of that game with 8 points total, 4 eliminations. But yeah, you can see here is pretty low totals across the board, other than for Fireflux, who took the opportunity to move across and remove the compound away from Team Spirit. Give themselves 12 points. But yeah, very, very typical Sanhok here for us.
Yeah, a very smooth gradient in terms of the points going downhill. Although, I'm expecting quite a lot of teams on that second page to have 0 points here. Only 2, okay. Just a lot of 3s and 2s and 1s to populate this page. RCB, 3 points there. Not the way you want to carry on when you're pushing up towards the top of those tables. One of our highest scoring single-day teams coming into today. But 3 points, not a great way to start things off. Vibes going on 0 with Team Spirit at the bottom of those tables.
100%. But so far, it has been a sort of expected result, especially from Virtus Pro following on from that performance they had from yesterday. For IWNRX, though, again, you said it was a dull game, and so I'm hesitant to say that this is their return, right? Because we know IWNRX is a good team. We know they have the potential in them, but you give them a circle like that, it is expected that they'll win, as opposed to, oh, can they win that game?
Yeah, definitely a team with that sort of play in their wheelhouse. Let's take a look at the head-to-head as we go even closer to that 100 elim mark. Lemon and Zadira both on 98, but Zadira, frankly, doing a little bit more heavy lifting on the 77 roster. But you have to remember that you've got players like Flip, like Default as well over on Na'Vi, doing so much work in terms of those damage, in terms of those knocks, that he's not necessarily the full standout player when it comes to Na'Vi, whereas Zadira on 77 absolutely is.
Yeah, he's been shining bright on that team. Kind of blinding the other players just a little bit. We're going to blind you. I'm joking. We're just going to head to a break. Don't worry. No stun grenades. You can uncover your eyes now.
Okay.
See you soon.
Let's go to a break. Well, Virtus.pro couldn't get the chicken dinner in that match, but they certainly were able to get a whole load of points to keep their spot at the top of the tables, looking pretty crisp and fresh. My name is John Allen, with me is Blank, and we are going to be moving away from Sanhok now, away from all the crazy jungle shenanigans, and over onto some crazy Erangel shenanigans. That's right. With the Infinix GT20 Pro, though, our pros will be set to perform at their highest level because it features a dual chipset, 144Hz AMOLED display, delivering up to 120 FPS, and stunning visuals as well for our players here at the PMSL EMEA Fall season. We are going to be getting on in for our first map on Erangel.
There we are. Obviously, Erangel is a little bit more fair here on PUBG Mobile. 77 currently leading at the moment. That has changed since yesterday, at least. Team Spirit slightly behind them, but still 3.3 average placement points per map. You can see overall the average survival time is reducing, with Heroic still leading, but not by very much anymore. I think there was around about 3 seconds there.
You see the players loaded into the lobby. I'm seeing them running around. No fooling me. I got up on the right side of the bed this morning. I'm too quick. Power. Getting their drop spot maps ready to get that research on. Say, oh, it's not Sanhok, so we're not going to hot drop 77. That's still fine. We're going to be okay. I think something that we didn't really talk about a lot during that last match was the fact that RCB have now capitulated in Painan somewhat. They have decided not to go for that hot drop in Painan, so they are now deploying adaptation strats into this week, which is something very interesting, I think it's safe to say, to see if that maintains, if that is going to be a change that they make again in tomorrow's matches. So we'll be keeping an eye out for that. If Virtus.pro aren't there, though, do expect them to go back to Painan. There's no reason not to. Playing part this time around, we refocus back onto Erangel from Sanhok military base up to Georgian Hall.
So Sosnovka down towards that south side. Heroic getting out early alongside with Na'Vi. No brute force means slightly easier matches here for Heroic with the secondary drop spot always available in Nova Repnoya. Quite a few of our teams do get out early on this plane path to get towards where they need to be. A lot of southern drops here.
Team Spirit going to be dropping out over Farm, Twisted Minds to Milter. Virtus Pro will be able to get quite happily over towards Primorsk. IWNRX taking that Ferry Pier area at 77 on the south side of Gatka. I'm interested in those central areas of the map around Ruins, around Rozhok, around School. I think that could potentially be dangerous here. And quite a few teams looking to maybe head out. Although North George is also quite tempting and Falcons will take the bait there. Not that it is super bait, but that is a hard southeast circle. It keeps a lot of the military island in. And I would say it's probably about a 30% chance that it goes to military island. Maybe 20. Somewhere between there. Let's go 25. 25%. So this circle ends up on the military island. So not an easy decision to make.
Not really. Again, it just gives a lot more time for Na'Vi and Heroic to get into position. And then move over towards that northern side. Team Spirit, though, in their usual spot. And Twisted Minds actually picking up Milter gives them a really strong chance in this match to continue the strong results we've been seeing from them. 94 points currently on 13 matches.
Trovo 2030. They've got vibes to their south, picking around in South George. Falcons didn't end up in North George either. They're going to be hopping over to Severny. Guild quite close, but I think they're going to grab some vehicles and maybe even head over to Yasnaya or to Stalber on a split. Could even go all the way over to Lipovka. And I think that even on this drop, it's not actually unreasonable to just head all the way over to Lipovka. You get the East Coast position. You can transition quite well. You're very close to the circle, but the question is, do you want to go that far? Do you want to waste that? Well, maybe not waste, but do you want to utilize that time to make that rotation early?
Well, it's Chaos. Currently on the rotate, on the prowl. Over towards our eastern side, getting towards prison. They could even head toward Lipovka, honestly.
Yeah, definitely could. It's a real opportunity for teams to move out to the east side. Yasnaya is Guild's terminus. They will drop off there. So not going to break out towards Lipovka. 77, moving away from Yasnaya and yet to really settle in for some looting. So potential for 77 to be undergeared for these early engagements as RCB may be looking to move through them from that Rozhok area. Falcons, they're just about into Severny now. Ali, nice pink scooter there. Probably cost a pretty penny, that one. Just looking nice and chill with the back seat as well. Nice and suspended.
Yeah, for a second passerby, but we'll give it up. Get another vehicle which is slightly more suited to the terrain that they'll be traversing in the near future. Long rotate for Falcons though towards Severny. Only just making it now, but plenty of time to get looted on board, to even rotate past Kameshki. As always, very reasonable rotation for them to head up towards. Na'Vi have Lemon having a little look-see down towards Nova Repnoy, actually. Heroic might need to be a bit more on the ball here. As Volt sends up towards near Observatory. Lemon takes shots and does pop him out.
A really timely headshot there comes through the back window as Volt careens off the cliffside. And this should be an easy pickup. So Na'Vi breaking out east in this circle. Really nice stuff. I'm going to be interested to see if these teams actually leave the military island yet. I mean, you know a lot of teams are going to be gathering around the mouth, but do you want to try and play that 25% chance of the military island being where the circle finishes and have a massive advantage when it comes down there? Is that chance worth sticking it out on this South Island and more likely going to have to try and crash through a very difficult hold?
Yeah, I think right now, absolutely just sticking down towards Sosnovka is the play. Just given the fact that it just gives you more time a lot of teams do have a lot of opportunity to sit around Milter, sit around that beachhead, which typically is actually a strong position centrally in the circle. It's holding out Na'Vi as they move up from that south side. Is a more easy thing to do. It will be a hard shift required as Tvia Sosnov could finish though. And go right to the border of this circle.
We've just had a ping from our production team there to remind us that that was Lemon getting an elimination for Na'Vi. He is on 99 eliminations right now. 1 point ahead of Zadira.
Yeah. I was going to call it when he got his second elim. But you spoiled it now.
Ah, I've ruined the surprise, but Zadira maybe looking to answer back. Ooh, could potentially be a little bit risky. But RCB just going to turn around. Okay, they don't want this. So Zadira denied his opportunity to equalize. His chance to step up. And remember that you do still have to think about Nomi, right? He's on 93, but if Na'Vi get guarded out on this military island, which is not super unlikely, they go down on a crossing, or if at least Lemon goes down on this crossing. And as well, you could see potential trouble for 77, but they are sitting quite central. They're looking to hold on the north or the west side right now of Milter. Not quite in, just in the suburbs. You know, the house prices haven't quite gone up as they have done in the center of Milter, but still, there'll be some valuable property for them.
IDVNRX on our screens, coming off the back of their win here, now holding down towards that south side. Heroic finding a couple from Na'Vi there. Axit gets removed. Good clapback from Heroic actually on the double.
Certainly is.
Lemon.
Lemon.
Nice Lemon
He's down
too.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Not going to have the opportunity potentially as Power and Zeus are clashing. This is on the west side of the mainland. Power taking a lot of damage. Not seemingly able to weather the storm that Zeus is laying upon them, besieging them with it. IWNRX as well, crunching this fight to the west end. As Na'Vi get eliminated.
This is why you shouldn't have called it. Because you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, exactly. But now,
we're gonna have to mention it again next game.
Yeah, well, only if Zadira doesn't get any eliminations.
Yeah.
I'm gonna mention you in a minute. Then see how you like it.
I wouldn't like it, so I'm telling you not to do it.
Oh, I might mention you then.
Well,
Big
then
nade.
Gone against what I've said.
Yeah, I might do it though.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh. Aaron. Has a nade sent his way. Calculating the geometry. He was calculating those numbers. He was scribbling on napkins. And then Aaron's just turning the corner. Like, I shoot you now. Bye-bye.
Magnum. Down. Magnum out. There's over towards the eastern side. Twisted Minds holding that region. 77 is in a very dangerous location, by the way. I don't know how they've got there. They were going to attempt to live it out.
The circle, military leaning. And Zeus are going for the swim. Virtus Pro on the west bridge, first across. Nice airtime there. This was Lemon's 99th elimination this tournament. He'll last this match. Na'Vi get held out by Heroic. What? I'm going to keep bringing it up because 77 is still yet to get there. It's an important story. Who's going to break that century first? Very likely we end up on the military circle now, though.
It's going to happen, and then you can talk about it.
What do you mean? It's important.
Yeah, it's going to happen, though.
But yeah. But, you know. I like to be future-facing.
That's fair enough.
I like to stretch my mind into the future, see what I believe could come to pass. And that time around, it was Na'Vi, maybe, able to stay alive a little bit longer, but a difficult crossing. Lemon, however, was trying to maximize his position. Couldn't do it. Unfortunate. RV down.
That's right. And on his 99th elimination.
Yeah. 99. Wow.
77 on 98. Nomi, though.
93.
He could do it.
But what about 77?
That's right. 98.
RV as well, but he's not in this game anymore.
99 but down.
Consider effect 82 for Team Spirit.
Big game, could get more.
Huge, huge. Virtus.pro making it across that West Bridge, I think, is actually quite important, and they seem to have figured out that Vibes was behind them. They post up, and they're wanting to guard this one out. It's actually kind of smart, because they realized that not too many teams are going to make it over on this East Bridge, so camping out and securing this West flank is going to leave you a lot of space. So they're holding right by the bridge, but what they're really doing is holding a lot of the ground, a lot of those hills out to their east side, away from being occupied.
Honestly, it was somewhat of a hard shift down towards the south side, and it's now a Sanhok finish that we missed.
What do you mean?
We
was
missed
there
it
the whole
happening
time. I was there the whole time.
At 99.
Oh, Zadira down. Oh no, 98. Gonna be stuck. Zadira's out. That's it.
Yeah, and now we can talk about the next game.
Hell yeah. Can't wait.
Let's talk about the game now instead of what's going on at the moment. Team Spirit were slow on their crossing, and I think that what you talked about earlier was actually quite good, John, in terms of what teams were wanting to do here should the cross come to pass, which was the case. Team Spirit make their way down, but Zeus is already here, so they're really split, and I think that's personally a mistake. You should know that Team Spirit will be coming across. At least Maniac's towards that beachhead, so be able to provide that information. And Rita, I think he's playing on the rock that sits over towards the western side. So yeah, good call out from Maniac.
A lot of damage done. Effect may be able to do something yet, but not anymore. He will fall down. Two of Team Spirit are still out in the water. Matic has been spotted. Nomi under the sea as well. And Zeus going to be able to get this res with no contest. Virtus.pro are making their way in now. Potential to sweep across Zeus. They will have heard this gunfire, so they could very realistically actually get something done. Nomi has to come up for air at some point, and if Virtus.pro poke their head in at the right time, that could change things. Matic does get sprayed down out in the water. Trovo 2030 hot on the heels of Virtus.pro, because teams have started to realize there's no going through this east side. They're all coming in from the west, trying to careen their way on in. It's going to get sticky. Virtus.pro leave that to its own devices. Trovo 2030 moving in along the beach.
Heading over towards where that fight just took place between Team Spirit and Zeus. Play zone, taking names as Falcons took way too long getting themselves out from Severny. I think that they assumed they'd have a lot more time, but you know, with this leaning down towards Sanhok, this is one of the games where you have to consider every possibility going into the future.
Circle out further east than this. Everybody entrenched now. Virtus.pro and Trovo 2030. This fight has to pop off. There's no two ways about it. They're kind of stuck here. And the nades cooking in from Trovo 2030 over the top. The damage, Cattell at risk, but Koa can't quite find the final bullet. There it is. He turns around and on the second pass, able to strafe across it. Marcelo tries to nade out his position, but it's not going to be successful there. And Cattell, there's a leg swept out from underneath Trovo 2030. They're on two players. Virtus.pro are on four. And they are still going, trying to hop into the vehicle. One pulled out. Marcelo, low HP.
Again, this has been a really good move from Virtus.pro. I think you called it earlier on the Western Bridge rotate. It was a very fast call as well. And with that, there's one team in the circle right now, and it's Heroic. Out towards the center after removing Na'Vi from their home ground. Heroic currently playing an away game here in Sosnovka, but doing quite well.
Looks fairly successful right now, obviously aided by the roadblock that Virtus.pro established, and that east bridge as well, just being as treacherous as we always know it is. Twisted Minds and Fireflux yet to cross. No me for Team Spirit. I mean, he's out in the water. I think Zeus knows exactly where he is. It's going to be almost impossible for him to make landfall. Could potentially swim out and around and try and get back close to land, but even then, it's going to be tricky for him. Guild also will be in his school of fish should he decide to take that rotation out into the water.
Twisted Minds making the slingshot down off the eastern bridge now. Leaving Fireflux behind as Virtus.pro keys to continue to take names. Swain, the mobile turret. Kane driving. We'll get out and let him go further forward here.
Twisted Minds guarding out Fireflux behind them. Trying to shut the bridge behind them as they make that rotate down to the south. But Lord has been spotted. Heroic there on the compounds at the mouth of the bridge. Going to make things very, very tricky. Virtus.pro, they do have 4 players alive. IWNRX on their south side with 3. Moving in fairly parallel. Now is where Virtus.pro's advantage for holding that west bridge and creating such a blockade is going to start to fall off. Nomi, by the way, did just go down as well, and he is not going to make it to land. Pushing in on that west side. Yeah, Virtus.pro's position, I think, will now start to lose power, depending on when Zeus move in from that northern coast, because they're the main team that is going to get in their way as long as they can deal with IWNRX.
I mean, for Zeus, they do have to travel uphill towards Virtus.pro. I think that's the best thing for them. So being able to take shots down towards Zeus is kind of a nice thing to see. But with Guild out, they can start to set themselves up a little bit better. Falcons eventually make the circle. I reckon these guys are covered in bandages. Syringes sticking out of them from the first aid kits that they have to use, expend, to get to this point. For how much longer do they stay in the game as Zeus starts to head on over their way?
Shift out a little bit more west, but keeps Heroic in. I wouldn't be too surprised to see one player from Heroic scouting out those buildings up the hill to the west. I don't know how risky it would be, though. I mean, you know that a lot of teams are trapped out towards that bridge, all the way out to the west as well. So potential to try and work off that. Kevin actually more preoccupied with those teams on the bridge, but just getting that info. Walsh is going to go in behind him, and actually, they may be looking to fully transition over to those buildings.
Yeah, potentially. That's some nice shots coming through from Doran. Very much on target. Nice nade from Court to start things off versus IWNRX. Down to just 2 players now, and Virtus.pro should be able to collapse on this. You'd imagine, at least.
Swain very much in danger. Kine goes down as well. Now it's just Frozen behind to try and keep them in this match, but I don't think he's going to be too fortunate here. Right next to the blue, it's pushing in as well. Virtus.pro have got full control. Falcons with 2 on their northwest side. Trovo also with a solo player a little bit closer to the center. Could prove troublesome on the roll-up if they don't keep their wits about them, but Marcelo goes down. Falcons also losing a player, but that is the entirety of Trovo 2030 out, and that Falcons player, I think, could be Resable. He's very split, though, from Hope. And Ragnar on his own, down in a position that is likely the next up on the menu for Virtus.pro to go for. Frozen under pressure. Can he make anything work here? Bishgate, yeah, he knows he's there. There's no getting out from this one. Frozen, you just need to try and win this fight against 2 players raining bullets down on you. It's not going to happen. Virtus.pro had up 7 on their elimination tally.
Yeah, up to 8 now, which is impressive, to say the least. Virtus.pro and Zeus is taking the time to kind of sit over towards that coastal side, trying to hold out on the western edge in the meantime. Shot over towards Ragnar from Falcons leaves him alone in the middle of the map. Hope nowhere nearby to give him some support. Wild and Brute having their own personal cage match on the south side of the map.
Wild Yeah, winning that one out, though. Wasn't 3 minutes, so you don't get the full $1,000, though. That's unfortunate.
Need to go all the rounds. Though I don't think there'll be any fixing of the fighting here. Everyone's keen to come out on top. Heroic down to just Jafar is a bit surprising for me, but felt like they had a strong spot to work with quite some time. Aggressive push out from two of their players caused their demise over towards that northern side, and Twisted Minds were happy to pick up those points.
Ragnar is still alive. He's been down for so long, and Hope is just not... Okay, finally he goes out. But goodness me. That was a full bleed out, I think. As Hope just didn't make that move. Virtus Pro with the advantage here. And Zeus have not really put too much emphasis on moving down south and transitioning away from this beachside hold. They've got 10 eliminations, though, so maybe they don't really think they need to.
Yeah, for Zeus, you get a huge amount of points just holding the coast, right? I think they're one of the first teams to make that decision to head down towards that south side. Very similar rotate to Team Spirit usually on a Sosnovka finish. And they were able to extract a ton of elims from that. Nade's going close to Aaron, though. 5 nades in the pocket. Ready to take this fight with Twisted Minds as he comes to a head here.
It's slightly surprising to me, Blank, that we've got 3 teams on all 4 of their players alive. Especially Twisted Minds. I think that's the most surprising one. Sure, Virtus Pro, they were on the island very, very early. Heroic, I mean, well, now down as 1. Zeus swam very, very early. But Twisted Minds battled across the bridge. They've been in this fight on the northeast side. They've done a lot of engagement so far this match. And the fact that they have all 4 of their players alive, to me, is very impressive. Work for them. They are familiar with the bridge. They know how it plays out. They've kept that to their advantage. So nice stuff from Twisted Minds.
No one really in a position to go for the win here on the game. RCB down towards that south, still just going alongside with Wild. And to be honest with you, he's so far out of the way that likely a top 4 at least for Wild. Depends if anyone clears them. I think most of the fighting is coming in from that northern side. So Virtus Pro looking that way, Twisted Minds looking that way.
Behind the tree, spots Robs through the smoke, but doesn't connect as it blooms just a little bit too far for him. Pushing forwards. Trying to navigate this one. There's not really too much threat downhill. I think Twisted Minds maybe expects a team in those buildings, and they're forcing this fight to happen on this ridgeline, where it's not entirely necessary. They're being cautious, and I think rightly so. It's just unfortunate that it's not necessary now, and Doran needed a little bit more of a bomb shield on that. Can't fend off the nades. That's a great opener for Zeus. They can roll on through. Wild does go down, finally. This Twisted Minds, I think, yeah, they're just disengaged, and they're going to go downhill, leave Doran away, get into this next zone, and I think that's definitely the right move for them. Virtus Pro still just alone now on this southwest side.
Yeah, there's 3 spots to play here in the circle, and every single one of these teams have decided that they'll take advantage of that. See how much longer they can get this one. I mean, second place is still what these teams are looking for at the end of the day. RCB out, spotted as Twisted Minds flew down towards that south side.
11 eliminations is very impressive. Picking up those water crosses was very profitable for them. I think they got all of Guild, most of Team Spirit, and a couple of stragglers here and there.
Again, still surprised that no one's tried to take Wizard Tower. Any of the compounds in that location. Nasty backstab from Jafar. At worst possible times, too.
8 eliminations, and that takes down Lord. Twisted Minds on 2. Robs and Coops quite split from one another. Jafar's going to have to make this next move with nothing. He's going to have to go hell for leather, try and make it to something out in the way, but Coops is just going to be a blocker. Virtus Pro as well have complete control of his run out. I think Jafar's done for.
Yeah, this now becomes pretty much a case of two teams in this one in the running between Zeus and Virtus Pro. Twisted Mind's been a bit of a shout, but not too much so as Virtus Pro comes up to try and clear out the final two players.
A drop down the hill, and I feel like that actually could be one of the better positions for Koa in this spot, right? You've got Robs at distance, Coops also trying to play on, and look at that suppression that you get from Koa on this angle. Coops can't really step too far forwards. The rest of Virtus Pro will just push him back, and Virtus Pro, yeah, they're just going to take control of this one. Robs gets the healing done, tries to step up for another challenge. Malloy does go quite low, and Zeus is taking shots over towards Virtus Pro as they try and topple over the edge. Coops is flushed away, and Twisted Minds on one. Virtus Pro needs some healing done, and the nade over towards Icy. Not going to quite find the distance. As a response, they'll put a nade towards the back lines and see what more damage they can do. Rob's trying to get some more healing in, but Icy's on the warpath. It's the MG3 to seal it, though. Bishkek puts them in a 4v4.
Between Zeus and Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro looking for their 5th chicken dinner so far, which is mad to think about.
An excellent hold on that west bridge, creating so much space and freedom for themselves as they pushed in from the west side of the circle. Virtus Pro have manipulated this lobby, and it has worked wonders for them. Zeus, though, had a similar gambit. They swam across quick. They took up posts on that northern shore, and they were the other side of that pincer that Virtus Pro used to just open up this west side of the circle, and both teams are going to find profit from it. Both teams on 11 eliminations, and both teams guaranteed a second place minimum.
Easily here. I think for Virtus Pro, it's a couple of great starts. In terms of the knocks, that looks to be a very good nade. I thought it was going to go over the backside of the building. It's not meant to be.
Ooh, instant re-knock. Aaron gets taken back down very, very quickly. A nice shot up towards Darkin. Darkin is isolated, low HP, and with the circle moving in, does need to get a move on. Rita, again taken low by these nades. As Virtus Pro are just using this to whittle away at Zeus's health bars. The smoke's now established, but Virtus Pro have the center of this circle. They are much more central on their buildings. They know that Zeus are going to need to come to them in the long run. Koa. Forced back to cover. I thought that was a little bit bold for him.
Yeah.
Running out into the open. Fortunately, they do have some meds. Zeus. Popping it in. Ooh. Bishke, though. Lying in wait in the smoke. Eren is up on the rooftops. The circle about to reach its final state. And they won't have long before it closes in on them. 10 seconds, and it's shrinking. Bishke is all the way across now. I wonder if they've heard this. Maniac is up onto the roof. A lot of high ground established by the Zeus players, and that nade did find its way all the way towards the back, but not getting too much value. Bishke being right there, sees Rita, puts the nade down, and now Zeus have too many fronts to worry about to hold off this cross from Virtus Pro. Darkin drops out, and Bishke is so ready for it. Maniac has the drop down. Can he jump on over? The nade bobbles over. 2 knocks already, but it's traded off for 1. Virtus Pro trying to cross. Koa not stopped. He's all the way through. He's making the dash, and it's working. Zeus now on their last legs and pushed down. Virtus Pro rebuff them. Zeus held out from the beachfront, but Virtus Pro need more than a stiff win to take them down.
Honestly, insanity from Virtus Pro. Really good plays, and it's just very, very good standard gameplay from Virtus Pro in terms of just the way they sweep, the way they clear. They know usually their next approach. With Virtus Pro, I imagine as an organization, they're very pleased to see this come through, because I do think they've set up a very strong team here with Koa, Icy, Malloy. Honestly, overall, a very, very strong team. Malloy, a veteran, and it does feel like this guy is the dude that's 100% leading the charge for the squad.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really, really great week for them so far. They're adding up another chicken dinner. they have accelerated away from the competition. It has been interesting that each week we've had this one team that just starts pumping as well. We've had Na'Vi, we've had Team Spirit, and now it's the turn of Virtus.pro to seemingly bear that mantle. But we'll see if they're strong enough to keep it shouldered or not, because they still have more to go, but they've done enough to qualify for the finals, definitely, at this point, and definitely in the conversation for one of our potential winners of this tournament, if this week keeps going as it does.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Virtus.pro, going into finals, this is the momentum that you want to see going into the finals. 15 eliminations is insane to me for Virtus.pro. Very, very pleased to see it too. I think that if we're talking about Virtus.pro going to the future, this is the time to be stepping up.
Definitely. And I mean, they made some very smart decisions during that match as well. It wasn't just like, oh, let's just go for a fight and see if we win these coin tosses, and they won 6 in a row, right? It was calculated. They knew what they were doing. They read into the map. They knew the rotations that teams were likely to go for, and it worked very, very well for them. They end up profiting 25 points this match, and they keep on rising. Team Spirit's record, I think, was 299 points in a single week in week 2. So they are definitely seeming like they've got their sights locked on that. But a very good game for Zeus as well. They held that coastline. It's a little bit more simplistic theoretically, I think, than what Virtus.pro were doing, but it's still equally profitable for them. Not quite getting that chicken dinner in the final moments, but still doing very well. And Heroic making the most of a Novo drop.
Yeah, exactly. I think that is definitely the interesting one for Heroic. You know, brute force isn't in. You get yourself to quite a decent placing in the game. But yeah, so many teams on 1 point and 0 points, just unable to get in. It was a very difficult circle to work with. And again, Virtus.pro, it's just like they knew in the moment. They just went for that big old gamble, head down towards Sosnovka, try and play it out from there. And there just wasn't a lot of teams alongside with them.
As we take a look at our match report, Koa on 1080. A brilliant score for the damage there. Doing a lot of work for the team, but Bishke popping most eliminations. Doing a lot on that bridge hold and on those final moments. Bishke, I mean, he was the player who got up and into that wall, and that's what really confused Zeus in those final moments. That's what sort of won them that final engagement, was the fact that Bishke was able to crawl up to that far side of the road, relatively unnoticed. He dropped out when it mattered most, and nobody was able to deal with him. Unfortunately for Zeus, they couldn't claim that chicken dinner, but Virtus.pro masterfully manipulating the lobby from the western side and getting a chicken dinner to add to their growing pile. Their hoard of points continues to grow. We'll see how much further it can pile up after the break.
80% of PUBG mobile players say they are concerned about the future of climate change. This shows a need for us to help make change. Experts say that climate change is changing the face of our Earth, and that we are already seeing significant repercussions around the world. Superstorms, mega floods, melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, increased wildfires, severe droughts. Experience the ruins of Erangel after 100 years if we don't take action. Run for green. We will convert the energy of PUBG mobile players running in-game into real-life green power. PUBG Mobile will join hands with hundreds of millions of players to implement offline protection plans around the world to help safeguard the future of our planet. Help protect the world today. Every step in PUBG Mobile will support real-world projects. Play for green. Together for Earth.
Surprise, surprise, Virtus Pro getting another chicken dinner. At the end of that one, they were able to take down Zeus in full 4v4 warfare, which was great to watch Bishke, a real difference maker in that one. But we're going to a second episode of Erangel. Our third match of the day will be taking us back over to the grassy pastures.
Back again for our third match of the day, followed closely by a little TDM in the future. Virtus Pro just racking up points all over the shop right now. Here's our overalls. 5 chicken dinners, 171 points. And we thought Team Spirit's run was good last week.
Yeah, it's looking pretty miraculous. I think Team Spirit, what were they able to get? Like 10 chicken dinners or some like 7,
11.
I think. Was it 11 total? I don't know how many of them came from. It must have been 10 of them came from week 2, right?
It was crazy.
Yeah, either way, yeah, absolutely insane. So would still be quite a run for Virtus Pro to keep up with that. But as it stands, they are very, very far away ahead. And Team Spirit not anywhere near. They're on 68 points in 9th place.
With 14 matches as well, I think that's the big difference here. 68 points over 14 matches. A little less than 6-point average here for Team Spirit, which is not ideal. Very, very far away from where they'd like to be currently. And on our bottom page, similarly, the same can be said for Fireflux. I think Black Esports, Vibes, and Footballers Chaos have kind of cemented themselves as sort of those bottom 4 teams that we have. And Gil with that one chicken dinner has set them up a little bit further, but I think that they would usually take place where currently Fireflux is sat on the tables.
Na'Vi have been doing pretty well so far, and in fact, well enough that we may be seeing them at the PUBG MOBILE Global Championship 2024. If you want to see them there, then of course you can grab some tickets using the QR code down on the bottom of your screens. Limited 40% early bird discount, so make sure you're grabbing that whilst it's available. Get some discount on those tickets so that you can come and see our best of the best later on this year in London, which will be taking up the host for the PMGC, and I'm happy to have it in sunny old England, you know, where it's always blue skies and it never rains.
Oh yes, so lovely over here it is on that time of year as well, towards November, December time. No snow, no rain, only sun.
Yeah, it's just constantly just beautiful sunshine. It's a solid 30 degrees Celsius every day. Perfect tanning weather.
Nice dry heat as well.
If you do end up coming over here for PMGC, you don't need to bring a coat even. You'll just be absolutely fine.
Right, that's me. Don't say that.
That's like 15 colds per day. I've just caused from saying that.
Yeah, probably, maybe even more. But yes, heading into our 3rd match, so halfway through our day in terms of matches. And everyone's gearing to get into the plane now. It's Pro on your screen, currently having a hell of a time in our matches.
Plane path. Heading on over from Mill to Power over to Zaki this time around. So we went from Sosnovka up to West Georgia Pole on the first plane path over Erangel. We're going to the northeast side this time around. We're flipping it on its head a little bit, which means maybe we get a Zaki circle. I don't know. It was a southeast circle last time.
Potentially.
Oh, could be.
I think Zaki's kind of hard to get over towards, but there is definitely a chance. There's always a chance, Jim. Every drop spot gets one.
Early for Vibes. On Mill to Power, Lipovka. Not going to be targeted, interestingly. Heroic. Okay, no, it is going to be targeted. They're just dropping around Lipovka, grabbing the vehicles and heading on in. That's fair enough. Zeus on a very big split here, and Guild are trying to cut down the middle of it. Magnum on his own mission, for some reason. He thinks he's part of Fireflux. Oh, no, wait. He's still close enough to the rest of his team to be in with it. Oh, I got confused with the colours there for a minute, Blank. I thought he was part of Zeus.
That's fine. I can respect that.
Centre circle.
Happens to the best of us.
I know. Purple is purple, man. I'm telling you.
What?
They're both purple. 77 and Zeus, they're both purple.
I'd say Zeus is closer to a very dark blue.
Yeah, but like, you know.
Yeah.
Do you get my point? You know?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I can dig it.
They're close
enough. What about Troa then?
Oh, no, they're definitely discernible.
Okay.
There's a couple of color combinations that do get confusing sometimes, I think. And I think that purple one is definitely the one that most commonly gets me. I think light and dark green also is a bit of a one.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
And then you've got like Na'Vi, who could blend in with either power or vibes as they stand at the moment, because there's light grey for vibes, dark grey for power. That can also get a bit tricky.
Mm-hmm. Your Na'Vi on your screen. Yeah, Na'Vi power. That is a tricky one. But we get past it. We get through it.
Yeah. We learn every day.
Every day we get a little bit cooler.
Every day a school day.
Yeah, I hope not. I'll take you back to
Have you
those
done your
times.
homework? You've done your homework, right? It's exams today, blank. Have you studied? Have you revised?
No, don't let me do it. Don't want it.
Name the 3 factors that brought about the fall of the Roman Empire.
I can't stand it.
Who was Jane Austen?
Either way, at the moment, we do have our teams currently just sending on their way, because this is a super kind circle to everyone. No one's really unhappy with this one. Where it's heading. Build up towards Yasnaya, Poliano, S2G not playing. Sometimes you should grab those spots, bro. Sometimes you gotta grab those spots where you can find them, where you can grab them. RCB. I want to see a bit more of RCB. Honestly, their first day was very, very nice. It hasn't been the same though since then.
Over in Roshok right now for RCB. And they have had a bit of a slow start today into match 3. The first 2 matches not going super well for them. Team Spirit, same for them, actually. They have really been curtailed and headed off at every turn. A second opportunity on Erangel to make it work for them. This time around, they're going in with all 4 of their players. Fairly early into the match, we'll see what they're able to get done. A transition to the north is their next move. Vibes are leaving from over towards Mill to Power. They're slowly making their way up the hill that sits to the west, to the top of the lumber yard. And they're figuring out where they want to go for there. Not super hotly contested as a rotational area. It's right on the edge of the circle, so they'll be nice and chill. They can start to scout out from that location and find the path that they want to take. Hopefully the path of least resistance. Footballist potentially in their way, though. Closer in, out to the west of Shelter.
Almost chaos. Only just chilling on that southeast side. 77, very central from apartments. I think it's a really nice spot to start in. It's a relatively smaller location to loot, but with a ton of loot in it. And for 77, they realized they need to get a strong spot in one of these compounds early on, and being able to have a lot of that loot early and get it looted quite quickly means they can focus more on the upcoming stages of the game.
Vibes, spotting Twisted Minds. And we'll be able to connect onto Lord. Brute. Going to try and confirm that. Twisted Minds trying to get uphill, get ahead of this rotation for Vibes, and maybe find a location. Doran around the corner. Coops is at his side. 2 players you don't want to mess with, but fortunately the numbers are in the favor for Vibes, and that is just going to make it almost impossible to handle their assault. Victor moves up the stairs, knows that Coops is towards the back now. They don't want to take too many risks. They can just put these nades up in through the window, try and blast him towards that staircase. You can see Victor trying to isolate those angles. And Molotov to burn the stairs, but Coop steps out onto the balcony and Mazaro able to sweep him aside.
Twisted Minds going down like this is a little bit unfortunate. We see them on the side of your screen right now. Second place, 105 points. Actually been able to do quite a bit, and I think they would have liked to keep up that point scoring. And to get so far on an awkward circle that last game, down towards Sosnovka, only to botch it so early versus Vibes, no less. Before even stage 2, Guild taking on Heroic as well. What's going on?
Let's just go topsy-turvy, blank. Yeah. Can't decide what's up nor down. Na'Vi yet to leave that military island. And IWNRX camping on this compound to the southeast of this central island. And again, this lobby has gone back to just going straight up central. Very, very quickly. IWNRX got to capitalize and take that north flank. Utilize its strength.
IWNRX on our screens. Managed to... Pretty cool injection, actually, over towards this central side. It's not the most awesome of compounds to work with, but it will do. I think a lot of other squads are wishing they had something like this, especially coming in from the outside of the circle. Virtus.pro and Na'Vi both yet to make it in, and Team Spirit making a little bit of a dash, but not as of a long dash as we see from them in some of the other games. And with that circle that heads directly up towards Rozhok, wow, it's going to be a tough game here. And this is where I expect RCB to do well, but they've got such a heavy split that they'll need to regroup on quite quickly.
Yeah, they've got 2 over in Sunken City, 2 over in Rozhok, and you're right, there's so many teams now in between them. They're basically playing as 2 duos. They just can't regroup, and Azel's been spotted by Power. Heroic, with 2 players left alive, trying to whittle down Vibes, and seemingly going pretty well. They find a third onto Mazzaro at the back, and there is only one more to play. It's Weiss off in the distance for Vibes, as Volt tries to jet across this open ground. Does draw some fire, but the peaks going to be suppressed by Walsh. Pushing Weiss up to the wall. You could see Volt now putting nades in from the back line. He sees that movement and thinks, where did that come from? Well, Volt's your teammate. He's rotated all the way around. Unfortunately, maybe into danger, because teams are going to potentially look for these shots. Actually, there's not really anyone in this area. It's out of the next circle, so actually a fairly isolated fight. In the meantime, a lot of fighting going on over towards the school, apartments areas. Those things are going to start to heat up now. Heroic, they want to close down this final elim.
Walsh. And over towards the side now as Weiss somehow is able to bring it back just a touch. Quick first aid kit. Oh my lord, that nade.
Beautiful.
The bounce on that was somewhat silly.
It was a bit insulting, really. It was a teaser. It was like, I'm here, exploded immediately. You know?
Yeah. Barely bounced.
It was at this moment that he knew
he
was going to get taken down by a nade.
Should have sat it on the side of the wall. Interesting. Virtus.pro playing more of this edge style. Again, it feels like only Team Spirit's been able to find a huge amount of success from playing center in week 2. Most of our other teams that are really starting to pump in terms of points are our edge teams, like Na'Vi, Virtus.pro, Brute Force sometimes.
Not all times, though. A limited amount of times. North side of Rozhok occupied by Team Falcons. IWNRX are in the buildings on the south of Rozhok. Not up to the hill. RCB did lose 2 of their players. The western side got overwhelmed. They couldn't hold that one out. Guild getting 5 eliminations so far. They're playing out on the east, playing on the edge. You can see them just on that east side. Circle going to close in just a moment. Zeus, the only team still on that northern shore, but they're going to have to move now as the circle pops down south onto a lot of open terrain. We call them the headshot hills sometimes, and it's because if you step up in these open areas, you've probably got about 4 people looking to take your heads clean off, so you can't really peek over these ridge lines, and it is a lot of terrain-based play in the middle.
I think for quite a few of our teams here, they'll be quite happy with this circle shift. It's a more kind one. Especially on the circles that head over towards that northern side where you're forced to play the bank of the river. I hate to see it. bit of a roll up here coming through from Heroic, and they got some work done. It was eventually vibes to go down. A crazy nade at the top. I think it was just Walsh remaining, right?
I think it was for Heroic. Yeah, they're on one player alive, and they're all the way out on the east side.
Yeah, 4 limbs for him again, by the way.
What a guy.
Yeah. Feels like every time Heroic clutches up, it's like, it's not Heroic clutching up, it's Walsh clutching up.
They're just there to spectate and clap when he does things
Like,
really
whoa!
well. So cool!
Nice one, Walsh.
Amazing!
Keep getting us those 4 points per game.
I mean, you'll take it. You'll probably qualify to finals because of it.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, off those 4 points that he's been able to pick up so many times. Likely going to be the difference maker in the finals, at least.
You just need to evade the bottom 4 repeatedly, and Heroic have already had a second place on a week. So they've already got a lot of league ranking points. Adding a couple more, sure, that would be lovely. But you'll take a 10th place. That'll get you in.
That's all you need. Magnum Kaya. This is a weird one for me, because RCB head up towards Rozhok. I think you much rather play a compound than try and take a position like this. I wonder if they were trying to get Trovo's spot. But for RCB to be on 2 players, not shameful, but it is a disappointing performance considering they start in Rozhok.
Yeah, I mean, they held that split for far too long. But it's just... They just got punished. IWNRX planted themselves firmly in the middle. And now taken Rozhok from them, so... Bad news, really, all round. Zeus...
Yeah.
Zeus are on the North Shore. What are they doing in Pachinki?
Yeah, rotated.
Oh yeah, we were on the North Shore? No, we're in Pachinki, mate. No, I've been here for ages. Don't know what you're talking about.
It's called it's not a rotation.
A gaslight rotation.
It's
a gaslight
teleportation.
Yeah.
I sure do. Circle does center up, so RCB technically had the right idea of it, but like you said, because they did not clear that split up, which they should have done a lot earlier as soon as they saw a circle like this. And now down to just the 2. But that ditch, I reckon another 4-man team that doesn't quite have a strong position in the circle would quite like that.
I'm getting gaslit again. Walsh is on the west side of this rotation as well. He was all the way out on the east near like Mansion. And
yeah, he rotated,
Walsh is
teleported.
just all the way on the west now. Oh dear. Well, we hop on back over to Na'Vi. And remember, Lemon needs 1 elimination. We'll put him over the 100, 77. Zadira yet to get one as well. And he's in the fight with it. Ooh, but he's just been knocked. Disaster for the century. The strike for the south side. Going to be fairly simple to keep Trovo at bay right now, given that they still have that knock playing on side. If that knock didn't come through, back over towards Trovo, this could potentially have been a crash over the road, but as it stands, they can just hold it one another at arm's distance.
Yeah, keep them at arm's length for now. Nade's going forward. Over towards Nomi. Just back it up. Another nade over the top. A bit of damage done. I do feel like there's not enough teams around this area to really stop Team Spirit from continuing to harass IWNRX, but that is... Whoever's in the driver's seat there, they got to be a bit... I'd be annoyed at them.
Matic. Gah. Effect down as well. Goodness me. Team Spirit having a real rough time of this. Trying to navigate around the south side of Rozhok. It's gone incredibly poorly for them. They're on 2 players now alive. Kitsune and Matic. Reset down for Zeus on the southwest edge as well.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused. I feel like this is the type of situation where in the past Team Spirit would have just crashed IWNRX and tried to work that building because they wanted it. But they do have this thing where they'll like go back and forth.
Okay, a little hop up. Matic gets torn away first. Kitsune is still there, but not going to be enough. Hang on a minute. It is enough. Oh my goodness me. Kitsune is still alive, and Team Spirit popped the smokes, a sliver of HP, a nade. Oh, Kitsune. Oh, he's just about able to survive it, but there's shots ringing out towards him. I think that might be curtains for them. Team Spirit do go down.
And that opens up a spot for a lot of other teams. Yeah. They want to take that position. Yeah, it was a good clutcher from Kitsune. But again, I feel like this is a situation where Team Spirit just has fallen back, not on bad habits, but what?
He's on 6 eliminations now. He's pulling these points out of this lobby. IWNRX with a fight against the Falcons. Kine has the complete sideswipe on them. And 3 players are down, sure, but Falcons now also in a similarly sticky spot. Zadira's rocking up. He wants the points. Wants to add an elimination to his tally. Hasn't got one just yet, but they're just over that ridgeline. Get up and over that 100. Try and get there first. Beat out Lemon. He hasn't got one either so far this match. Hope spraying down. Shifu down low, picking up the points, taking them away from Zadira. But there's a challenge to Hope down the line. Shifu still going. Zadira may be able to find it against Hope, and he pumps down, and that is it. The century achieved. 77 on the north side. 100 eliminations.
It's not done yet.
What? He's not done?
Yeah, he's on 99 now.
I thought he was on 99 before.
No, that was Lemon.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
Zadira's currently on 99 now.
I can't believe this. I can't believe you've done this.
3 eliminations in the first match on Sanhok, 0 on Erangel. So 3 eliminations took it to 98 from 95. And Shifu stole all the eliminations away from him there. So he's now on 99.
Ah, rats.
I told you, I'd say it when it happened. I'll say it when it happens.
That checks out. Virtus Pro, they might be being overwhelmed by power. And again, this is out into the open ground. The headshot hills that I was talking about. It's so difficult to make your move because as soon as you peek, you're taking bullets. And these rotations become just so laborious.
Trovo. Currently on that center side at the moment. I quite like where Navi's playing over towards the east here, John. Although they are going to struggle to move through all the players from Trovo. And 77 can still get that century this game. They're on the northern side.
That is true. For Zadira. Lemon. He's close to Trovo 2030 now. Zadira with that off angle. Potential for them to take these points away from each other. That point doesn't go to Lemon, by the way. The knock goes to his teammate. So the point is still over that direction. And he's still more to do.
To be honest with you, if Lemon gets the 100 points, I'll be sad about it.
Okay.
Because Zadira's got like 150 knocks. And his team has like stolen 20 of those.
Whoa.
Like he's got even a little bit more than that, maybe 124 knocks. So 20 of his elims have been stolen just by flushes from his teammates. Lemon has 10 less knocks than elims. So he's been stealing from his teammates. So I want to see Zadira get the 100 first. I think he deserves it more.
Shifu with a nade downhill. That looks like it's pretty on target. Fadan fades the damage somehow. Again, just trading back and forth. Fadan going to be burnt from the front side of the tree, but that's not going to worry him too much. Lemon gets a burn onto Cattell and a shot over onto Marcelo. I think he might have just done it, though.
It's done.
Blank over on that side. That is going to be Lemon racking up at least one of those points. Goodness me. The race is over, but it was so close towards the end. Zadira trying to peek over and steal some of those. Maybe he should have stayed on that high ground, but not going to be the case. Could still break 100 this match, though. Very possible.
Yeah. Realistically, Shifu ruined his chances. And I think that I would personally give the accolade over towards Zadira.
That's, well, unfortunately, you don't get to decide that. Which
I
is,
do not, no.
Yeah.
But that's why it's personally.
It's your head canon.
So that's my head canon. Either way, Lemon's able to make it happen. Hats off, claps all round. Well done. Stealing your teammates' eliminations.
Whoa. All right.
Nah, he's done really well. He has done really, really well. Definitely in the top 3 of players during this. It's just that Zadira has had just a ridiculous amount of impact. And also, Shifu just ruined his chances out of about 2 minutes ago.
Flip is the highest MVP rating player on Na'Vi right now, ahead of Lemon by a little bit. So, yeah, I mean, seemingly on a level with the rest of his team. Lemon is 2nd place on that MVP ranking, but, you know, you can't...
There's numbers
you can't
don't
get
lie.
100 elims without doing something well, you know? He's
Yeah,
doing something well.
The numbers don't
And I
lie.
like it. I'm here for Na'Vi. Stop being so down on Na'Vi, actually.
I'm not. I'm trying to raise 77 up.
That's fair. They have been doing exceptionally well off the back of Zadira and his spear-like precision. And they'll try and win this one out. And they're in a pretty solid spot, actually, on the northern side. Nice and open ground for them to try and curtail the areas to their south. The difficulty is, of course, all of that open terrain to the west side of the compound that Na'Vi sit in, dead center of the circle.
Is Scarface playing against Fireflux or with Fireflux? That's the
I don't
real
think you can
question.
decide. It's like, you know what? You guys are playing in 17th place right now, and I'm not sure I want to be on your team, so I'm joining Zeus.
Yeah, Zeus seem kind of cool. Never mind. Zeus are really uncool. They just killed me.
What the hell, Zeus? I was your player. Rude.
Catch.
2 players.
Gotta catch some shotgun shells to the dome. Aaron hits the deck.
Ooh, nice little spray around the window for Solus. Keeping him in. 2 players alive. Aaron downstairs for Zeus. Starkin gets spotted and taken down quickly. Ketch on the deck. Solus drops down as Ketch gets knocked on the outside. This is 77 lighting up those angles.
Zadira just get 1.
It's me. I thought he'd done it. I was so excited for him as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to get 1 point.
Yeah, nah.
Give him the 1 pointer.
Uno.
Nope.
Not allowed.
They just, you know, they're keeping him in check. They're making sure his ego doesn't get too big.
Yeah, that's fair. You'd be nothing without us.
You can have this one, potentially.
Oh. No, Shifu gets that. 100%. Sorry, actually, Guild get that. Every time. / Blue Zone gets it. Hmm?
Zero's not even looking for those free elims. He's covering his team. Like a good teammate.
He's looking out towards Aaron right now.
No, he's not.
He is.
Trust me.
He's right on Aaron.
Look
Guarantee. If we swap to Zazira, he's looking at that rock.
No.
He is laser beamed in on that rock.
No. He's actually
Yeah, look at
checking
him.
where Na'Vi is.
No. He's definitely looking at this rock.
Using his peripheries.
The Blue Zone bandit. Aaron's just going to deny that point. It's a concerted effort from this lobby to deny Zadira. The hundo. Oh, steps wide. Oh, some shots did come through. Not connecting. Point denied.
Oh, that is frustrating. Na'Vi. Holding inside the warehouse. Strong spot. I think...
Uh-oh.
Ooh, Guild. Oh, that's
Ooh,
a
lovely.
nice nade, actually.
Yeah, Lemon's definitely picking up his teammates' knocks, right? Not on that one. 77 could descend on this. This is a potential big third-party opportunity, and I think they're on the move right now. Na'Vi down to 2. Guild very, very low on momentum as they crash in, take 2 knocks on the crossing. 77 with 3 players, but the nades are starting to cook. They're launching them in. Unfortunately, they're aiming towards the building where Na'Vi haven't put a lot of their players, Zadira, through the warehouse. As Default is under pressure from both sides now, both fronts, and doesn't have the backup on his building. 77 still careening on forwards. Axa with a big chance here. A big nade outside. Doesn't quite get the damage, doesn't make it over the wall. And Na'Vi are back up to 3.
77, a little bit more central. They take warehouse.
How did he get in there?
Great
Goodness me,
spot for
Axa.
them. Lemon looking for another nade. As one bobbles around towards his location. That's from 77. Now they realize they've got a problem. Lemon looks away for a second, and a second too much.
Insurgency from Exo makes the most of it with the DBS. Takes 2 down from Na'Vi. Guild and Na'Vi allowing 77 to just completely contain this fight. And this circle will end up central. Zadira with an aid over to Axa. And that might be it. I think that's the second point. Yeah, he's made the 100, but just a little too late, unfortunately. Another nade finds even more. And look at, finally, he's fired, stacking up these eliminations. He's up to 4. Just a little bit too late, unfortunately. Shifu with a nade on over. This fight, this crossing from Guild, spelled doom for Na'Vi. They've still got a dog in the fight, though, and Default could work wonders in a 1 versus 3.
We'll just finish it. Zadira going crazy over on that side. Default's out. Spray around the side for Limbo Boom.
Someone win. Okay, there we go. It was Shifu with the nade at distance to be able to get that final knock and elimination. Beautiful stuff. Na'Vi swept aside. 77 get a chicken dinner. He gets up to 100. I mean, he's happy. Does he know that he's been beaten to the punch?
Obviously not.
He'll take the win either way.
No, he'll
That's
take
still
the win
points,
either way. I didn't know that Limbo Boom learned to cast Fireball in that match. With the way that nade explodes in front of him.
Magic missile.
I didn't even realize that Shifu had sent that one over, but yeah, Limbo Boom is trying to get it done. Shifu says, let me just help you out a little bit there.
It's just, you know, just a bit of friendly assistance.
I think that technically that nade should have knocked Limbo Boom. And I don't know how it works because you all get back up after you win the game, but I didn't even see him get knocked. So it must have counted his elimination first over Limbo Boom's knock.
Yeah, there's probably some very edge case scenarios that happen with that one, but they do manage to win it out either way, so they're not going to be too unhappy. Although Shifu does get the point, which is still quite funny, because he denied that Sentry opportunity. Nade over to Solus in that engagement. I mean, Guild opened up really, really well on their crossing. Unfortunately, got shot down very quickly by Na'Vi, who were able to hold on the regroup. But this move from 77, the fact that Team Spirit and Fireflux both went down out in the open in the middle of that match allowed 77 to do what they just done.
Yeah, it was really well placed nade right on his head. 15 to Limzo, 25-pointer on the game for 77. Massive game for them. Very, very well done. RCB, come on, guys. That was a game for you. That was your game.
Definitely a big opportunity. They just held that split, and they didn't realize just how many teams like to play Central, which is, I mean, in this lobby, you know it's coming for you, right? You know every team is just going to send to right in the middle of their next circles. Zadira posting up late into that match, but it is still Lemon to beat him to the punch. The conqueror of the first 100 eliminations, our Centurion, to kick things off. It's Lemon from Na'Vi breaking that barrier first.
Indeed it is. Well done, Lemon. Good job. Zive was ahead of everyone else at the start of this, and it was like an outside chance for Zadira, and he was able to make it very close with the first 3 eliminations. He was able to pick up over on Sanhok, but not meant to be. Shifu snatches those points away from him. It's all fun and games until you are denied points by your own teammates.
Yeah, well, he still managed to get over 100, though. That's the thing. It's the same match. We've been waiting for it for a while. But that's just the way it goes. And I think, in general, Na'Vi have just been one of the most consistent teams, and I don't resent them having accolades like this sent their way to that roster. And I think that, we were being a bit down on Lemon during that one, but he definitely has put in a shift. I mean, especially when you consider back in week 1, the performance there was really quite something special. So I'm definitely not unhappy, and I think that it did go to a worthy contender to break that 100 barrier first. Plenty more will be breaking that 100 barrier soon enough, I'm sure. But for now, we're going to go to a short break. When we come back, well, we go into the warehouse. It will be a TDM for you. Make sure you don't go anywhere. See you there.
You color my eyes, I'm not the enemy. You see my disguise, you tell me I am clean. You save my soul, I'm on my knees. I wanna wash it all away. If I walk on the line, oh, will you wait for me?
And it's in the middle of the day, which means that we've got a TDM to get into, Blank. We've got our call-out challenge, $500 on the line, and we're going to be getting stuck into a little bit of high-fragging, high-power action.
Yes, we are. Over on the TDM. Here's our format. Obviously, the MVP of the day picks a team for one TDM challenge. Yesterday, it was Koa, who was able to pick out his team. Next day, those teams will fight 4 versus 4 on a warehouse map, and it will be $500 on the line. I think we've only seen 2 reverse sweeps at the moment from Team Spirit, as well as I can't remember the other one, but they go up against Black Esports, and I think this should be going in the favor of Virtus Pro.
It definitely would seem that way. They are currently the team to beat. This week, they have taken that mantle, passed from Na'Vi down to Team Spirit, and now ascending to the top is Virtus Pro. Black Esports, I'm sure they'll give it their best shot, though. Over in the warehouse, Virtus Pro in blue. Home team. Playing Black Esports away on red.
Koa starting off. Everyone's using P90s, as per usual.
Ooh. He's not dead there. How's he done that, then? Bishke down first, Koa down second. 2-point lead for Black Esports. Make that 3. Black Esports running this warehouse right now.
Having a great
the
time
shipping
of it.
manifest. Yeah, signed off by them.
Black Esports. Poser on the side. Do pretty well. Like you say, 5-2. Virtus Pro already falling behind a little bit. And Bishke goes down next. Leaving this at 2-6. 2-7, in fact.
Okay. A nade over towards Toshbek. Black Esports. Turning up the heat in the warehouse. A jump through from Toshbek. Trades onto Malloy. No, 2 players go down, and that's going to be a little bit of profit. Bishke takes up that mantle, and a gap is closed here. Virtus Pro seem to have figured out that, oh no, we have to play this one. Let's go. Switch things around, but Kakali, he'll punish those mistakes. Malloy peeks out.
Koa tries to hit the side, and Virtus Pro not looking amazing so far.
They're only 3 points behind, though, so definitely an achievable comeback. Comebackable, I think it's safe to say. Toshbek moving forwards, but Bishke can't even win the trade on the corner. Black Esports definitely laying down the law. Malloy wants to try and keep this one pushed towards the back, but it seems like Black Esports just have really great control over these sightlines, and Virtus Pro not playing as a unit. They're playing very, very solo style. Bishke moves up the edge and gets taken down quickly. 4 points in the lead. There's a nade cooking for Toshbek. Going to bounce it right off the top. And Koa, I don't think he's long for it. That nade would have found him, but Lewis was beaten to the punch.
Yes, he was. Black Esports. Some more shots coming through. Koa finds another. 16 points at the moment. By now, Virtus Pro feel a little bit slow on some of these shots, honestly. More than anything.
I mean, maybe it's fatigue from having to play so late into all of our games here in the PMSL EMEA, but not looking like the same Virtus Pro that you see on the Battlegrounds. Toshbek trying to catch Bishke, but unfortunately for him, this time around, it's not going to work out. 4 points now found. Bishke does connect, and 2 points is the lead. So it's shrunk down a little bit, Blank. A nade over from Toshbek. Not going to find Bishke either. Now we're back to fairly close by. Virtus Pro have condensed Black Esports into their spawn as well, so a small breakout necessary. Koa able to be the warden that they need. A nade in from Lewis will find Koa, but Kakali wins on that spray. And that nade doesn't find the value it needed to. Bishke tries to sink some damage into the backlines of Black as well, but it's Icy to be able to pick up the points. And we're dead even yet again. Icy can't handle the hop out, and it's 21 in the lead for Black Esports, but only by 1.
Yeah, they're able to bring it back a bit, honestly, and it was very important that they did. They're starting to get a little bit hairy here for Virtus Pro. Stun Grenade will sit Malloy off position, but he was able to heal up just slightly. Take it back. He's already very low.
Ooh, Lewis catches with the nade and the heals of Koa as he hops around. It's even. And finally, Virtus Pro have been able to extend a lead of 1 point for the first time this match. They're now up to 2 in the lead. Bishke trying to get that healing started. Lewis wants to try and stop it. A stunner around the edge. Bishke hiding in the corner, but the shots over the top find it. It's traded off 1 for 1. And where did all of these points come from? Brutal from Virtus Pro, and immediately they're up into 4.
Yeah, just hitting back hard here over towards Black Esports, realizing that the $500 is slowly slipping out of their hands. Black Esports bring it back slightly. Good shots from Toshpik and no turnaround from Koa. And if he just pumped one bullet into Toshpik there, that might have been the death of him. So Toshpik takes a very risky approach and it pays off.
Nade a little bit long to connect on Kakali, but they do know he's there. Spots the barrel, and Bishke now with a challenge. Spots the player in the warehouse. Bishke strafes out, wins that trade. 30 points now on the cards for Virtus Pro. 3 points in the lead. And Black Esports are giving them a fight. It's a good long nade there. Might connect. Bishke evades the damage. Lewis connects a little bit, but Koa is there to close that one down. 31 points now. 3 points in the lead for Virtus Pro. As the push-up comes in, Bishke repositions. Wants that heal to start ticking up. A 4-point lead. Toshpik behind the concrete blocks. Trying to cover the cross, and Toshpik cannot quite connect. Malloy and Bishke playing off one another now.
Lewis heads up. Bishke goes down, but it's 34 points right now for Virtus Pro. Make that 35. They've almost finished it off. More than one full squad wipe here for Black Esports to bring it back up to speed. Right now, just need to trade. The Sanhok does the trick.
Koa didn't get the reload on the P90, so he's been hot swapping weapons left and right. The Sanhok able to connect enough damage to get that knock. 4 points needed. And he's onto the M249 now. 15 eliminations for Toshpik. Wow. That is quite impressive for Black Esports, but the rest of his team letting him down somewhat. Has a challenge of 2 on the side.
Yeah, well, to think that almost half the points that Black Esports have been able to grab are Toshpik's. That's 37 to 32 as Toshpik starts to wind down. The steam not pumping as quick as it was before.
They let out the gate strong, but now they're on the back foot. Finally, a response, though, seen. 34 eliminations. Malloy can't win that trade, but 38 now, and they can only give up 1 more elimination without going down in the drink, and Kakali will be that one. The second is there as well. Bishke finds Toshpik, and that is a close down. Virtus Pro bringing it back. A little bit slow out the gates, but they keep the pace going, and they're able to win their challenge.
Yeah, very, very well done to Virtus Pro. Again, looked a little bit hairy, but I think the main thing to take away from this was the hero plays coming through from Toshpik from Black Esports. Made that game very difficult for Virtus Pro. This guy knows the warehouse like the back of his hand.
I mean, he's, in general, been a really prominent name for Black Esports in the elimination feeds of all of our matches as well. When you look at that team, definitely Toshpik is a name that definitely comes to mind when talking about performance. It's one of their standout players. So no surprise that they were able to go towards the top, but they couldn't go all the way over the top. Virtus Pro were able to cut them down to size and win their TDM challenge. We're going to have a short break. We'll be back with our third Erangel of the day. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you back on the Battlegrounds.
Natter Boy goes down. The nade through the backline. He finds 1 minute shot.
There's the response back though. First pickup. Yo! He goes on to do it.
And we're back for match 4 of the day here at the PMSL EMEA Super League. Is going to continue with more Erangel. It's coming up next, and we are going to be getting on into it. Virtus Pro were able to win their TDM. We had our doubts towards the start, but they were able to close it down, and they continue to win today in pretty dominant fashion. Even when they're not getting those chicken dinners, they're getting a lot of points on the game, and they have certainly been unleashing the beast with our Monster Energy drinks and www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. They've obviously been checking out everything over there because they have been on the warpath today.
That they have. It's been a wild experience to watch Virtus Pro really put up an incredible amount of points time and time again here for themselves. Just playing as a very cohesive unit. I think they all play off one another very well, and because they've been together for quite a while now, these players are on separate teams playing together as duos, and they're coming all together now on one whole team. Everyone knows everyone on that squad. They've been playing in the same region for a long time, so I think that definitely does help them. Just particularly being able to have that same presence, have that same mindset in the games.
RCB seemingly not able to transfer their mindset from their first day of play, from day 1 into day 3. And well, he's definitely thinking about what he's done. Know me from Team Spirit. The only one of our 3 stallions, our race horses, who was looking for that first 100 eliminations to not get over the mark in that last match. He's considering his failures.
Damn. You said I was being hard on Lemon.
Yeah, well. Nomi is awful. He's the worst player in this tournament, Blank.
Clip it, chat. Clip it. Clip it.
No, wait, no. But there's no context there.
Exactly.
Oh, no. Nomi is actually currently second on the MVP ratings for the overall across all 3 weeks.
Don't clip it, chat.
Of this tournament.
Don't clip it.
Oh, is he going to spill? Go on, Axa. You can nail it. No drops.
That is impressive.
He's getting the hot. No, come back. No, we need to see the end. The end is the most important part.
That's where he gets tricky.
Overconfident. Oh, we'll never know. We'll never know if he's caused a problem. That's unfortunate.
There was like 3 different hand movements there. There was a fist bump, a point, and then into a let's go full palm. I'm not sure what he wanted, but it was something.
Yeah. Well, maybe it was an Infinix GT20 Pro that he wanted, because that features a dual chipset and 144Hz AMOLED display, delivering up to 120 FPS, providing teams with outstanding performance and stunning visuals during the PMSL EMEA 2024. So maybe that was what he's asking for. We'll never know, though. Certainly our leading theory at this stage. I said Nomi was second MVP on the tournament. His competition towards that century was Zadira in that last match, and over the course of this entire tournament, Zadira is in first place when it comes to MVP ratings across all 3 weeks. He is actually relatively far ahead as well. He's got quite a lead. His damage is very, very far ahead. He's got 25,780 damage compared to Nomi's 21,655 damage. I think we figured out what he was giving some hand signals for here, though. Blank, I think it might be we're getting a rehost. That's what it all meant. I've no idea what those ones meant, though. So
it was like the 3 separate ways of figuring out how to get someone's attention, which is reasonable, certainly.
I would agree.
But yeah, we're just waiting to get to game now. 4th map of the day, Erangel, last one on that map. We'll see exactly what can get done here, because so far it has been Virtus Pro just consistently hitting some really strong strides. 77 though, being able to get 25 points will bump up the rankings quite significantly. And it looked like a fairly strong game from them too.
Yeah, you like to see it. Certainly got their fans who are very well into their performances. Power talking, I think that's probably to the referees. Let's take a look again at our head-to-head competitors. It was Lemon who broke that 100 elimination point barrier first, which means that he gets that accolade of beating the 100. And Zadira, even though he got more points on the eliminations that match, and by every metric as a superior player, Lemon still gets it.
That he does. 101 elims to 103 is just wild. The difference in knocks here. See Zadira, especially the damage too. Yeah, Lemon has certainly done very well. Very good job. Some incredible nades from Lemon, honestly.
But, I mean, to be able to stand out like this in a roster like Na'Vi's as well, where they've been so strong and across the board all performing well, is also very impressive. I mean, sure, you can talk about the knocks, and I think that is probably a very relevant statistic to show that Zadira is definitely doing more heavy lifting as a proportion of 77's performance. But to be able to keep going like that for Na'Vi, even in that sort of a roster that has a lot of all-star performances coming through, it's definitely very impressive. So whilst I would agree on the knocks statements, on the feelings, on the sentiments there, I think that there definitely is a caveat when it comes to comparing them to the rest of their team's performances. Blank, you know what I've heard in my ears is some good old guitar music, because we're heading into the plane. That's right, from Saverni down to Novo for the last time today. It's Erangel.
All right, question.
Answer.
Is it harder to stand out on a team that's doing really well, or is it harder to stand out on a team that's not doing so hot?
Nothing makes you shine brighter than the shadows behind you.
Okay. A philosophical answer, but take it. I will accept.
I think I've answered your question.
Look at that. All of them in the top 3 of elims.
Wow.
And
For
2
this
of
week,
them
yeah.
in the highest damage category of Koa and Malloy.
No surprise to see Zadira accompanying them there. Lord, racking up those headshots. Don't peek him.
I think the craziest statistics about to pop up in a sec. Not this one.
Okay, not that one. Not just yet.
Maybe the next one. The next one.
Koa getting 32 knockouts to 25 in second place is pretty
No,
nuts.
it's the next one.
80 limbs.
That is 777 though.
What are you waiting for?
Very lucky.
What are you waiting for?
There it is. 110.
Yeah. Whoa, you know what's just happened? We've been looking at these stats. The circle.
I know, Santos does not get
South
again.
side.
Second one today. Second one or third one? Second one.
Second today, because we finished up by Rostock in that last match. Team Spirit, I think they're likely to get faster over the water this time around. The reason they didn't do what they normally do, which is swim over very quickly, is because the second circle was about a 25% probability that it would go down to that military island, and they didn't want to go for that gamble to try and make that work. Obviously, it did end up going down there, but by that time, Zeus, I think, had managed to get to the coastline and get way ahead of them. So I'm expecting Team Spirit to move much, much quicker this match and potentially have a better time of things. I will be very interested to see what Virtus Pro do here, though, because what happened last time could potentially repeat itself if they get there fast enough, if they entrench and hold this West Bridge.
Team Spirit out and about. Down towards that south side, looking to make the cross. Idvinerax were like, didn't have a bad game last time. We just ran down here straight away. Let's do it again. And that they have.
It's a dynamic shift as well, because they dropped there as on that rotation. Fireflux are getting ahead, so a lot more teams on the west side than when Virtus Pro won last time.
Yeah, I think for Idvinerax there is like a slight change here, is that there's only 2 teams on Sosnovka, so there is possibility to actually grab some vehicles on that north side, and they could have roamed those back up towards Ferry Pier, but they get very lucky with the Sosnovka shift. But now they need to figure out where they're going to loot, because they don't want to leave.
No. It's not top choice. Na'Vi and Heroic, they clashed on the last military circle. Na'Vi went down all the way. This observatory tower, housing Maniac and Guild right now. This is all the way over to Stalba. Wait, hang on a minute. Yeah, no, it is. Yeah, it is all the way over to Stalba. This Exo gets clipped around the side. Pulls out the DBS again to get that flush. Had the pinpoint on the nade. He's got 9 grenades right now. And the shots and the angles to maybe do something. Nobody's swinging past this. This is a completely isolated fight. Zeus are now in on the ground floor as well. Moving Darkin and Eren there. You can see the backup coming through from that off angle. They're moving the vehicles in. Guild crunched into the fight.
11
Need
nades.
to win it. Wait, did he get more nades?
Yeah, he's got 11 now.
How does that happen?
That's true bombardment that's going to come down soon.
Oh, yeah. What a hero.
And another one. You can use it for chip damage, which is the funny thing.
Yeah, you got so many. Darkin picking up the pieces on the sideline. And Zeus completely obliterate guilds over in Stalba. They are donezo.
Give him a good old rinsing.
Heroica moving into Bridge Camp Twisted Minds, and they've got the light up on the sidelines. There is an answer. Lord wants to keep this going. Top headshot performer on the roster. Second place in the lobby. But Walsh, equally fearsome, finds Lord, and now only Robs remains on his 2 feet. 4 Twisted Minds. Walsh with a nade. I think he knows he's on that staircase. Nice and high. Goes long with it, but just short of Robs as he backs it off.
Yeah, it is sort of wild for Walsh again. 4 elims. There is a question to be made about Walsh. Sorry, is how is this man so good? Who is he? Where has he come from? I am genuinely flabbergasted because he keeps 1v4ing teams.
It's kind of crazy. His teammates are basically just like
cheerleaders.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
And it's like, Walsh, he's our guy. We'll not frag them. We'll just die.
Yeah. That's exactly it.
That's what they say. I've heard them.
So I'm confused.
He's really good.
He's just really good.
It's so impressive.
I think maybe that there is something to be said with the fact that for Walsh there's a lot less pressure. I don't think they're actually playing in the arena in Poland. I think they're one of the few teams that isn't here. Well, not with us, but with the main production team.
We can see the replay of Walsh just lighting them up. Twisted Minds. Get twisted.
The old Twisted Mind twist.
The old Walsh twist.
Just twist them. Virtus Pro yet to make their move, but the South Island is so occupied right now. They'd have to go for another boat crossing, but I think that trick has been spied at this point from Virtus Pro.
Virtus Pro and Primorsk. Gonna have to make that decision. Na'Vi playing the west coast here, but down a lemon. The player, not the fruit.
But also the fruit.
I don't think they have any lemons. I don't think they had any. I checked before the game, so... Yeah.
Are you sure?
That's a bit unfortunate. Yeah, Axis doesn't drink his water without a lemon. Otherwise he stops smiling, and we can't be having that.
Good old flavoured lemon water.
It
Not
makes
the player,
it
the fruit.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Not just Lemon's bathwater.
Ooh, that's really gross.
Yeah.
That's why he was pouring out from the bottle.
That
earlier.
bottle? Yeah, that
Yeah.
bottle, yeah. Just essence, eau de lemon.
Essence de lemon. Very nice.
Mmm,
Beautiful.
yummy.
Not so yummy circle. Quite disgusting tasting circle, really.
Blech.
So much water involved. A little bit of ferry pier too, so really crunching down on land mass. In which case RCB, Trovo, Falcons, Zeus. Likely a little late to the party here. And we'll miss out on the goodie bags. Is that what they're called? We used to be goodie bags?
Yeah, like party bags, goodie bags.
Yeah. I remember when people used to do those all the time.
Yeah, you just get like...
When did they stop?
I don't
At what
know.
age?
But you mean you don't get them anymore?
No. What was the age when I last had a goodie bag?
I don't know.
When did my life become sad?
Whoa, dude. Oh, this is pretty existential now. I'm sorry you
Yeah.
feel that way.
I feel like it's a good point of like
You've got a lot going for you, man. You're doing
transition
fine.
from childhood.
When you stop getting party bags.
Yeah, when you stop getting goodie bags, that's it's over.
Mm.
Pay your taxes. Ah!
That's it. Get your A levels, pay taxes.
What's your tax status like, lad?
Oh yeah, what bracket are you in? Ooh.
Here's a goodie bag. It's an accountant.
It's actually just a fine because you miscalculated it. And we knew how much you had to pay, but we kept it secret.
RCB. Do lose Silas again. For this team, hard to get through this area. In comes the monster truck.
Ooh, trying to unleash the beast. Our lead low on HP though. The blue zone taking away. Loxy. Around the window, hopping up. Floating like a butterfly. And stinging like a bullet. Loxy loses his teammates on the outside though. And Falcons want an answer. They want vengeance. Loxy, nade out through the window. Huge performance from Loxy in his first day, but has not really been seen back on the battlefields so far. Today goes down for a nade and finds hope. Loxy steps out to the balcony and again looks for Ragnar, taking him low as well. Both cooking nades. Who's going to find it? Loxy puts it back and actually steps up to the high ground, a bouncer up the stairs, in from the sidelines. And it is Ragnar to be able to launch that nade in through the window. Rezable in this position, but again, very far from this circle. Teams are breaking across these bridges, getting to this military island. You need to move fast. The Falcons are way out in the blue zone.
Yeah, honestly, getting the nade over towards the top side and the bottom side at the same time, it's just what comes with having two players. Very logical play, which will take down the entirety of RCB. We're getting out. Yeah, like logical. Nice circle. Good circle. Well done, circle. Good job, circle. We'll go very much over towards the island itself. So doesn't cut out a load of water. Should have made this a bit more comfortable. Players can actually play airstrip as well. So if you're coming in late, there is opportunities to sit around airstrip. Should give you a little bit more time to play.
Right now, a major feature of this circle is the hill that sits to the west of that airstrip, right? There's a compound that's at the foothills of it. I think Team Spirit have control of that. IWNRX going to be fighting for control of the top of the mountain. That is going to overlook a lot of the surrounding area, so potential for a lot of conflict to pop off there. And you can see they have sightlines over towards Team Spirit, because I think Nomi and Kitsune both have been knocked now. The res comes through onto Kitsune, but Nomi still yet to get resed. I think the regroup came through, and that's what they were finding the knocks on for Team Spirit, because they were playing 2 up north, 2 down south, and they have managed to get into the building, so I'm expecting these reses to come through. Fireflux on the northern side of this circle. Power trying to encroach on their territory.
This pro actually did make that rotation in the boat down towards the south side. Only really Navi's looking at it. Nice one, Maniac, but Trovo 2030 suffering to a backline coming through from Eren. But it is only Eren remaining now. He doesn't have too many options, honestly.
They're looking for the reses. I mean, stage 3 is the last zone where it's resable in the blue. So there is that little advantage there for Trovo 2030. You can get up, you can get bandaged, and then pop a first aid. The nade over the top. It's going to make things tricky. Play zone takes down Darkin. Maniac's going to go as well. And Erin. Nothing really left to do. Has got the first aid. It's about points here. What more can you get on the tallies? The play zone tags on Virtus Pro on the south side in the meantime. Na'Vi have the stranglehold on that approach to the beach. Nades over the top and Trovo 2030. Potentially getting blasted away here, Marcelo. Can't connect. And that's what they were looking for. Finally, finding the last player, but only 2 players for Trovo to move on. And Falcons are going to be pushing in behind them.
Is your apartment like on an overhang over the road?
I'm figuring out if I answer that question, whether or not it'll help dox myself. But
Probably not. It's a joke question.
but no.
No.
There is. I only have. The windows don't stop a lot of sound.
They are paper thin.
Yeah, that's why you can hear the sirens all the time.
Yeah. It sounds like an ambulance is going through your apartment.
It's just there's a lot of crime. Okay.
No. At least you're not committing it.
You don't know that. I'm dangerous. I'm a dangerous man. I'm mysterious and dangerous.
I imagine that they would come get you pretty swiftly. I was a dread for that moment because they are coming over to your place. Then more like an air raid siren on the broadcast.
Yeah, if they actually pull up, then it'll be pretty brutal. It'll be really loud. Production have to turn me down. Circle pops up towards the north side and re-emphasizes, recenters the circle away from that IWNRX hill. Team Spirit do lose a player, trying to rotate back to the compounds further up north, but Heroic are going to slide in there first. Power with 77 challenging them. Will find Fidan with the shots over towards Shifu. And it's 1-for-1 on these trade knocks right now. Both teams on 2 alive.
77 looking over with Power. Shifu down, but Magnum Zadira up. 2 very good players on the team. Easy heads over towards Magnum, who unleashes a good start here. Oh, steps back into it. We heard literally the crunching of the knees on the front bumper.
That's why they should have sirens. That's what I'm saying, so you know that they're coming. He wasn't aware. That was his major mistake.
Na'Vi flip back up over towards the western side of the map, with the circle heading over towards Heroic and Team Spirit. Could have a good game for either of them. Shame both of them to have lost members already, though. Just 3 for Team Spirit, 2 for Heroic. A spot they could form a 5-player team, basically. Assist from another.
Team Spirit did have this location on the 2-2 split that they were holding earlier on. They regrouped down south because it was much more central on the circle. But on the way back up, they lost one of their players. They lost Nomi.
Oh, silly. So silly. Why would they do that?
Well,
why would they lose a player?
I mean, just don't, right?
Don't do that.
Like,
that's how you lose games.
If you just have all your players alive, whilst also making sure none of the other players are alive, you just win the game.
Yeah.
Has anyone told them that?
Probably not.
Yeah, well.
They lose a player very early. A lot. Where's my week 2 Team Spirit?
I need it.
Where have they
Bring
gone?
it back. I demand.
I demand it.
I demand satisfaction.
Guys, can you tell that I'm definitely not a fan of Team Spirit? I'm not a Team Spirit fan.
No, I mean, you only have, what, like 4 jerseys?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm really not even that big of a fan. I've got like 7 Virtus Pro hoodies.
Really?
No, just 2.
Oh. Very cool. Swain, I mean, This is the power of that high ground that I was talking about at the center of that last circle. Fortunately for the rest of the lobby, it is now no longer in the next zone, which means that IWNRX will no longer have that oversight. The hill for Fireflux is going to also be a very important area of this next set of circle rotations, with the compounds obviously being the centerpiece here, but they get that overlook downhill towards them, a little bit of that mountain as well over on the east side, the southeast of this next circle. Vibes and Footballers Chaos and Falcons all going to be vying for it, I'm sure. That seems to be, although I don't think Vibes are really going to put too much pressure on that, given that they are already in buildings, they're already fairly safe on the south side.
Definitely a fight for the western side hill. Try and move that away from Fireflux to be very, very good. IWNRX need to leave. Taking some pot shots over towards Na'Vi. Currently on their lineup. That's 3.
Really connecting. There we go. Axa. Knocked. Player closest to danger. IWNRX. Really looking to swing this one through. Frozen gets the next. And now it's just flip out on the off angle. Falcons, Footballers Chaos, both trying to move up this hill now. And it's not going well for the Falcons. Footballers Chaos are able to win out the trade. The joust goes their way. They shall be top of the tilt yard today. Vibes further down the hill. Won't be able to see anything going on over here, but they'll certainly be aware of it. Team Spirit in the center, Fireflux over on that northwest hill, and I think that Fireflux are going to have the most fighting to do in the next minute.
Yeah, a lot of teams want that spot. IWNRX want it. Power are flying in towards it.
Ooh.
There's a huge amount of teams here. I think Power has maybe forgot that they are not assaulting just the one squad on this top side. 77 takes down at least.
Ooh, Zadira standing up into the spray of the M249. It's not going to work out well for him. Doesn't connect with the pump action. Power spots him, and 77 will go down. 3 players alive here for Power. Fireflux playing on with all 4 of them alive, but in comes that little scout from Swain. That is going to start setting them all a quiver. So IWNRX are pushing into this hilltop as well. Decide not to go for the full-fledged engagement. Instead, they just want to get closer to this circle, closer to the next fight.
Yeah, I think for IWNRX, they already realized they've got 4 elims. There's a good chance they can get further into this game as well. They've got eyes on over towards that northern side. Have a bandage.
Go on then. Ah, yeah. Hot and fresh. Delivery.
On the first aid kit. Nice one.
Power and IWNRX suppressing one another on these ridge lines right now, and Fireflux playing in the valley between them. It's a fairly standard hill-based 3-team engagement situation, so Fireflux need to fend off both sides' peaks. Otherwise, they'll start to take nades, they'll start to be burnt down. The bullets flying overhead mean that they have a difficult path forwards. Luckily, they're in this circle. And they're still fending it off. IWNRX being a little bit more reluctant to step all the way forwards is what's allowing Fireflux to survive for the time being.
Yeah, there's a good chance for Fireflux actually to get third-partied hard by IWNRX. IWNRX are just like waiting, biding their time.
I mean, you don't want to go in first, right? As soon as Power roll over the top, IWNRX just get a free 8 eliminations. Ooh, lovely stand-up. Frozen finds Scarface, takes one of the Fireflux players down, which means they are down to just 3 now on their pretty important position, all things considered.
Heroic Team Spirit still just hanging on. No problem at all.
Chaos.
Yeah, again, this is a power rotate. That spot's just, no one's there. It's not like we've heard like a load of fighting and sirens going off in that direction from John's apartment, and then everyone else's eliminations going off.
He's just paying tribute to IWNRX. He's like, here's an elimination. Please don't take me down. You can have Storm. I'm just going to go. Please. But it was actually Power that they should have perhaps paid tribute to instead. Taking down that last player. Fireflux, yeah, they're bleeding out now. It's 2 players alive. Some good angles over their way. Vibes, they're probably going to be crashing over towards Team Spirit any moment now. Trying to push up to the north. IWNRX are going to have oversight on that fight. Leaving themselves very spread out on this south side.
Yeah, IWNRX in a... They have played this game quite slowly, honestly. I do respect it. I think they realize just how much chaos is happening over towards that northern edge. So they can just slowly wrap around like the large anaconda in the jungle. There's a chance that they can choke this hold out. They've already done it. Finding a knockover towards easy. And Zedwolf is just being very patient.
Yeah. Biding his time. They've definitely been standing back from this fight, but forcing it to keep raging on. Team Spirit, by the way, they did transition over the road a little bit further north. And Heroic, whilst you may think they're on 2 players, they still have Walsh alive, which means that nobody on Heroic has gone down.
Yeah. The only player of value. That is a joke, by the way. Is it, though?
Oh? I mean, he's got 73 eliminations, but at the start of this match, he had 73 eliminations. Next up was Kevin on 68.
The circle does head over towards that eastern side.
Ooh.
Team
It's going to
Spirit
spice
and
things
Heroic.
up.
It will spice things up. A little bit of pepper. Paprika. These are not spices, but... Well,
You wouldn't
paprika
say
is...
pepper
yeah.
is definitely a spice,
Yeah.
I would say. And paprika.
Yeah.
So I don't know what you're talking about.
They're not super spicy.
Were you thinking chili isn't a spice?
That's pretty
brilliant,
spicy.
mates. That's huge. That's like 2 out of 3 chilies right now.
Boom, boom. Easy peasy.
You love to see it. Double nades coming through. Trovo trying to cross the road with Marcelo. The last stand. Jafar. Not going to be able to get the spray down. And Ragnarok is suppressing these peaks pretty effectively. He's going to have to go for a crossing of his own now. With little to no cover. Hits the deck on the crossing. And stays up for just a little bit longer. Still launching nades. Marcelo needs to stop Walsh from taking these shots out the door. Because Ragnarok is super low. He is winning out the challenge, but finally a nade finds it. It's his own nade! Oh no, off the wall. And Jafar gets the flush. Marcelo is still in, though. Team Spirit just next door.
Yeah, they can't see over this way, though.
He bounced his own nade.
Yeah, it was a trick shot. But he played a trick on himself. Sadly.
Yeah, happens. Do it all the time.
Sometimes.
No, I do it all the time.
Yes. Trick shot the nade on yourself.
Yeah. Just every single time. Missed the window. Ah, rats. IWNRX, 10 eliminations. Over on the hilltop. Power on 7. They're playing as 3. They get the knock to open up towards IWNRX, but Frozen may be able to get res. No, certainly not. He is almost already bled out, and that is a fearsome bumper sent your way, but they dodge out. They dip to the side, and Swain gets cut through in response. Forwards push comes in for Zedwolf, and now 2 players from Power downhill. Fadan is up next, and Zedwolf turns his attention to Alhaji with a P90. 2 players alive for IWNRX. Kine is there, and there's the knock on the sidelines. A shot coming in through. I think that was from Heroic. Okay, Walsh is going to be able to find IWNRX, and they get taken all the way down. Power stay alive on 2, but into the buildings we go, and it's Team Spirit with 3 players alive. They are in the majority at this stage.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that IWRX go down like that. That was very surprising to me, considering how slowly they played that game up until that point. I mean, they get a lot of eliminations off the back of it, which is fair enough. But they were so careful, only for that to happen to them.
That's what happens when you give Walsh a rooftop to play around with. I mean, you think it's downhill, but you forget about the elevation that those buildings acquire you. Marcelo, he's been a thorn in Heroic's side for a while now, and finally will enter the ground floor with them. Hops out all the way to the other side, catches Jafar. Now still with Walsh to go. A sliver of HP, but Marcelo makes it work. This guy, he's got real fancy feet with it. Slick around the door frame. That is going to be able to move on in and maybe give Team Spirit pause for thought as they take the engagement with power uphill.
Marcelo. Go on, lad. Takes down the raid boss, Walsh. Team Spirit might have the slowest chicken dinner of all time on their hands here.
I mean, they'd struggle to beat Demuerte on Sanhok with their 0 elimination chicken dinner. That's a good nade.
Demuerte?
Good molly. Was it? Yeah, it was Demuerte, right? Who got the 0 elimination chicken dinner
Oh, yeah.
on Sanhok.
I thought you were talking about today.
No. I'm talking about historical data.
I see.
The only time I think I've ever seen it in professional PUBG Mobile.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen, though. They get that point. Denied.
Now power. Up the hill.
I think Team Spirits really struggle here. They have to hop out the
getting
building.
out is a bit difficult.
So all on what El Hadji can do with these 2 nades. Doesn't look like they've got too much more to work with. First one goes in. See what damage it does. Not really doing too much. There's only a smoke in the hands of Easy. One more nade still for El Hadji. Team Spirit need to trade these peaks, but Kitsune taken so low, cannot really stand up. A big nade over the top, but not going to reach Easy's tree. He is low, however. So they have got value. A big nade, and Kitsune doesn't go down to it. Easy's out, and it's all up to El Hadji. 1 versus 3. Kitsune is super low, but he's going to commit to the spray downs. Infect is there for the backup, and El Hadji behind the trees on the edge of the blue zone. 3 players stand in his way. Kitsune is super low. Infect also now really, really low. Matic on the backline gets taken down. He could do it. He could go all the way. El Hadji with a chance here, but they're all very, very low. He's going to commit to the heal. There's a nade. It's rolling forwards. Kitsune just needs to find the backlines. El Hadji heals up. Infect as well. He sprays down Effect first, and Kitsune, it's all up to him. A 1v1 with the nade finds the knock. Just in the nick of time. Team Spirit, bring it back.
That was so dangerous. The fact that Kitsune's like, right, I'm laying down the landmines. It's the only thing that's going to keep us alive here.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you can see he's happy about it. Nomi on the other hand. Nomi becomes very serious.
Yeah.
He's just left. He's gone.
I mean, he did the same in the game, so why not?
Yeah, it's a very, very serious fellow recently. He's very happy when he's going crazy on the lobby.
Oh, yeah. I mean, who wouldn't be?
Yeah, that's a good shot from Lord. Here's Heroic going down a lot, which you would not expect them to get a 4th place. But they do, because of Walsh.
Big Walshy.
Very Walsh of him. So
hugely Walsh-based plays. Successful?
yes.
Yes, I think so. I think definitely a player to watch out for. I mean, to be fair, as I said, I think during that game, Kevin is technically still the MVP on the team. The amount of damage that he's been able to put up has been pretty nasty. A little bit more than Walsh, in fact. But I think after that last match, that may change, given that he was able to step up. I mean, this is not a chicken dinner team stat page.
Yeah,
3
like
eliminations.
Matic's like big smile over these stats.
Yeah, and he's
We
like,
did it, guys.
We did it.
We did it.
Gold star for you, Team Spirit. Able to get that chicken dinner with repeated shrinks, and you know, fair enough. You'll take 13 points on a match, especially on a day like today where they haven't been as punishing to the rest of the lobby as we know they can be. Let's take a look at the match rankings.
Here they are on your screens currently. Power with 16 points. This Team Spirit, pick it up with the landmine gameplay at the end. Kind of funny how it all goes down. Well done to them either way. Very nicely played.
I am pleased to report that after that match, Walsh did indeed just get over Kevin in terms of MVP rankings, and a lot of those elimination points in that last game was due to him. So credit where credit is due. 77, only the 1 point this time around. Na'Vi on 0. RCB again, not able to stand up to the mark. 1 point found there.
Yeah, just the 1 point for RCB. They have had a lot of times where they've had the possibility to get a good game and just not quite got there yet. So I'm a bit confused how it's all panning out for them. Either way, for RCB, there's definitely an improvement to be made. Team Spirit get themselves a chicken dinner. It's not a super happy chicken dinner, but the way they performed at the end definitely felt that way. FireWinnerX though, 3k damage. I was surprised not to see these guys win out the game. A little bit odd for me to see this one come through.
Yeah, they were doing so much on that western side. It looked like they were quite reluctant to get into that fight on the western edge. I feel like they could have maybe been a little bit more, not necessarily go immediately in and like roll up for the fight, but they could have put more pressure up to the north. It was super unlikely that a team's going to try and flank around from their south. Given the time that they had to gather information, they should have known, right, that there wasn't going to be too much threat from their east side. You can put a lot more bolstered defense towards your north edge, and I don't think they did that in the correct amount of time. But we're going to be moving away from Erangel, and next up will be Miramar. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back for the desert.
88% of PUBG Mobile players say they are concerned about the future of climate change. This shows a need for us to help make change. Experts say that climate change is changing the face of our Earth, and that we are already seeing significant repercussions around the world. Superstorms, mega floods, melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, increased wildfires, severe droughts. Experience the ruins of Erangel after 100 years if we don't take action. Run for green. We will convert the energy of PUBG Mobile players running in-game into real-life green power. PUBG Mobile will join hands with hundreds of millions of players to implement offline protection plans around the world to help safeguard the future of our planet. Help protect the world today. Every step in PUBG Mobile will support real-world projects. Play for green. Together for Earth.
Cheeky little way to finish another military circle. 2 in one day. That's quite something. Don't normally see that, but it will be going that way. Now we're going to be moving over towards Miramar as Blank's moving his fringe left and right. Nobody's sure which way it's going. I don't even know if he is, but let's take a look at our overall standings because we know which way the winds are blowing over here. It is Virtus Pro setting sail for the top of the tables and doing so fairly successfully with 173 points. Not doing super hot in that last match, but still very much ahead of the competition and still well over that 10-point average metric. They are 13 points ahead of that metric and nearly up to 11 points average per match, still maintaining pace with their 5 chicken dinners. They are definitely the team to beat this week.
Yeah, I think Virtus Pro, a bit unfortunate on the second Sosnovka of the day because they've already pulled out a lot of tricks of how they like to play Sosnovka, and people have read into that now. So it's not something that comes out too often, but you certainly have to just throw some things at the wall, see what sticks there, and for them, they just got red on that last game, sadly. But still, 173 points, absolutely fine for where they want to be. S2G, 12 matches played at 75 points. Power with 16 on 72, and Guild in 13th place with 16 matches played. Brute Force is the real questionable one here on this page, and 17th currently.
Yeah, it's something that we didn't really expect. I think people definitely have been looking to Brute Force as a team that has some really, really strong possibilities, some great chances, and defending champions as well from this region. So it is disappointing to see them not perform to that sort of height. So let's take a look at our best performers on Miramar. You can see the average elimination still in favor of Na'Vi as they just keep up that statistic seemingly everywhere. But Virtus Pro are out in front, actually by quite a distance on survival time, which is the big difference maker there for them. I think they were about a minute and a half ahead on average on Miramar, which is crazy.
Yeah, it's absolutely wild. But in we go. Obviously, I think Virtus Pro also another team that does really well on Miramar, as well as Na'Vi. But we have our playing path in the air. Heading in from Torre Armada, right at the top of the mountain, down towards Puerto Paraíso. So a little bit of a interesting playing path that cuts out the western side of the region. El Pozzo open without Brute Force in the game. But we have a
cancel
rehost.
that.
It's
cancel
over.
that. Oh, that playing path doesn't matter, mate. Doesn't even matter. RV, are they aware? They seem to be seeing some referees doing something. They know now.
God damn it, man.
Almost as frustrated as we are, I'm sure.
Yeah.
They were ready to go.
What can you do?
Like, oh yeah, they're making calculations. They're like, okay, so the plane path's here. We can drop here or here. We could potentially be vulnerable here. So let's make sure that we're. Oh, lobby's done. Go again.
Yeah. Very sad. But we'll wait for the next game to get started. In the meantime,
Well, we have to.
as I was saying, you know, Na'Vi versus Pro typically do quite well on this map. I want to see another good game from Falcons, particularly. But PUBG Mobile, the Global Championship, starting soon-ish. Tickets are now on sale. 40% early bird discount. Scan the QR code on your screen right now.
Do it. I'm telling you to do it. Why didn't you do it? Why didn't you scan that? I can't read that. What does that say? That's Pro giving secret messages. Someone tell me what that said.
I ain't sure.
Did it say, we're so good, Team Spirit stinky?
Possibly.
Could have done. I think that's what it said. Until told otherwise. That's canon.
In the meantime, though, is Falcons on the screen.
What's that?
Okay.
It's got a cheeky little look to him. Power. On the starts. Was that some beatboxing going on? I want to hear that.
I don't know. From Falcons?
Yeah, they got it just behind his mate.
It's pretty chill.
Yeah.
Mr. Axa. Oh. Headphones on. Restart.
Coops is popping the
Let's
cups
go.
on. Oh. Little show. Hey, 77.
Not the heat warmer to the head.
Not the heat warmer to the head. Can't do that. Oh. Pinky. Pinky promises never to do that again.
Hand warmer.
Yeah.
Not heat warmer.
Well, can you... I suppose you warm with heat, so... Doesn't necessarily have to warm your hand either.
True.
Could be used to warm a toe.
Also true.
Or... a nose. Or ears. Other parts of the body are available. So is the Infinix GT20 Pro, which features a dual chipset and a 144Hz AMOLED display delivering up to 120 FPS, providing teams with outstanding performance and stunning visuals during the 2024 PMSL EMEA.
The Infinix GT20 Pro obviously helping us all through. Even us
Oh, yeah.
at home, giving us the strength to go on through all these rehos.
I wish I had an Infinix GT20 Pro.
Yeah.
But I don't.
I do wish. You don't?
What? No, as in I don't have one.
Oh, I thought you said I don't actually.
Just kidding. Don't want one. No, of course I do. Who wouldn't? I love AMOLED displays.
Me too.
El Azhar to Valle de Mar, this time on the plane path. Will it be a bait and switch? Who knows? But for the first time, we're going in for the second time to Miramar.
Over from that eastern side down towards Valle de Mar. Kura at 27, Bishkek 26, Malay at 24, most eliminations. Good stuff.
Hey, we just had a translation from production. From Tomasz, who said that apparently, according to Google Translate, it said, "Happy birthday, I love you."
Very cute.
So, a loved one for Virtus Pro being wished a happy birthday.
That's very
We
nice.
wish them a happy birthday too, if that is the case.
Yeah. Thanks, Tomasz.
Yeah. Oh dear. You love to see it. I mean, what better place than on the back of your drop spot map to the camera in a hastily jotted down note to wish happy birthday.
But everyone getting out of the plane now. Into position, down towards the south side of the map. Virtus Pro, once again, getting a Porto Paraiso circle. What's going on here?
Who's allowed this then?
Unacceptable.
Island finish. East Island finish. I want it. I crave the East Island.
I crave the East Island.
I
So do
yearn
I.
for those East Island finishes.
So do I.
It was monumental and despicable all in one. He brought a knife to a gunfight, and Lemon gets sliced.
'77, good position. Rita get himself an elimination here on Zeus. The Power, another team in a good spot to make the best out of this game. Vibes like to hang around Puerto Paraíso and Impala. I typically get a huge amount done on this map, though, sadly.
Okay. So only the one hot drop. And it's Na'Vi to feel the brunt of it. Which is unfortunate. Virtus Pro making their way down the coastline. They are now going to be stepping in towards Puerto Paraíso. And with a circle like this, they'll be happy about that. Moving out to the west side will be interesting in terms of their timing. To move out from Puerto Paraíso, there's a couple of opportunities, but it's mostly uphill towards Los Leones, almost entirely all the way, which means that picking the right tie-in to get out of there is going to be really important, because teams will start to push in, and it's a very valuable area of the map to be in control of. There's compounds that sort of litter around those hills as well that are going to make it difficult to move out from Puerto Paraíso. Also, depending on where this second circle ends up going, that will change their timing decision, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think, you know, for Virtus Pro, particularly because they dropped early out the plane, had to grab vehicles on the northern side, they have less time to loot here. But you also have a huge amount of time between now and the next stage, at least. So it's not going to factor in too much, but you're right in terms of getting out, getting over towards that plateau on the western side, because teams are going to want to take that one up. We know Team Spirit likes to loop down towards Minas del Valle, then head towards that plateau early on the high ground. Certainly an opportunity for them in the near future.
Teams currently lining up those opportunities, trying to figure out what to do and how to do it, as the looting phase continues for maybe another minute and a half, depending on where they dropped out, depending on how far along the plane path they were, how long it'll take them to get into those drop spots. I believe it was the east side that dropped first, in terms of it was the start of the plane path. So those teams out to the west, I think, are going to have the hardest time. I'm looking at Trova 2030, Heroic. Team Spirit a little bit closer to the circle, but they have to move around Los Leones, which I think is going to be fairly treacherous for them. Always that opportunity to go far south and swing in through the coastal roads. And I think maybe that's the best opportunity for a team like Team Spirit to get in at this point after having looted Chumacera.
IWNRX currently heading down towards that south side. Playing sort of that area that really cuts you off from practically everything. Koa had a little peek over towards that side, didn't like what he saw though. And they'll head back to the old trusty longhouse on that eastern side. Yeah, for IWNRX, this is definitely a position where you just kind of just play the game out. No one really wants to head down there unless it's an absolute emergency. And this is the swing back that I was talking about earlier from Team Spirit. Down towards that south side and getting into the circle. There are a fair few more teams ahead of them this time, with Power and 77.
Yeah. I mean, Power on the exit from Los Leones right now, and the timing of it couldn't be worse for Team Spirit, to be honest. Especially if Kitsune is going to perform a couple of cartwheels along the way, but or could come crashing down a little bit harder. But the advantage that Team Spirit have here is that 77 is on the north side of Power and have been closer for longer, which means that they are going to be at the forefront of Power's mind, and I think that's going to be their primary target direction in terms of reinforcing their rotation. So could potentially be an available alleyway for Team Spirit to sneak on through.
Kitsune is just trying to do jumps, by the way. That's all he's done. He has tried to go max speed the entire time.
This is
It's
Not
like,
Need for Speed Underground. What's
feel,
going on?
I feel bad for anyone who's like watching this, trying to learn how to play PUBG Mobile better, and they just see Kitsune just giving it his all in the vehicle, not refusing to let the foot off the bottom of the car.
I mean, I tell you what I think is going on there is that I think he's got his map up, right? I think he's really just like looking at the map. He's like, I'll get there eventually, even if I bobble over a bunch of rumples in this ground. And he's just like, okay, I'll go, but I'm going to look at the map because he's the IGL, right? He's got to make those calls. He's looking at the pings. Kitsune nades effect. That's unforgivable. Can't do that. What are you doing? Still looking at his map?
Yeah, he was looking at his map.
I was just looking at his map, mate. What's going on?
I enjoy that you bailed him out on for him to be like, have that.
Yeah, but what if I actually was just completely trolling? What about that? You think about that? Bet you didn't.
They've like left him. They've left him behind now as well, with effect. Why would he do that?
What possibly could they have achieved from that? Why was he nading? Who was he nading?
There's no
Do you
one
think it was
down
just
there.
a misclick?
Just looking at his map.
Just looking at his map, mate.
Barry's
map.
having
Yeah, I was
some
looking at
fun.
that. Too much fun.
That's
Not
the only thing I can
points.
think of.
I don't know if production can get us a replay of that. I don't know if anyone was on it at the time, but the fact that Kitsune just naded out his own teammate is wild. It's crazy.
Probably a case of like, let's see who can nade each other first outside the vehicle.
Oh, okay. Circle shift. Not going to go to the East Islands. Oh, drat. East side of Los Leones. The hills now that 77 are on the verge of Team Spirit, actually, with their wide split. Ooh, thing is, who got that point? Because it could have been Team Spirit taking themselves down. So we never know, you know? Could be anyone. It's power.
It feels troll.
Yeah, that's awful, really, from Team Spirit. And I was willing to give them the benefit of the doubt.
I don't know if you can call it Team Spirit.
Yeah.
Less so than Kitsune.
Yeah, that's a problem.
'Cause
That right there,
the rest
that's a problem.
The rest of Team Spirit in a good spot. They actually got to a decent position in the circle.
Yeah, imagine if they were all there. Wouldn't that be great? Unfortunately, there was no way that could have happened. Otherwise, they'd have done it, right?
It was unavoidable. An unavoidable team nade.
Completely just impossible to get away from, really. I don't even know if they were in a fight.
They were.
Like, Power were near them?
They were far on the south side. Power
Yeah,
still
like-
in Los Leones.
What did they think they saw? My man's fighting ghosts. Shadow boxing.
We thought Effect was a bad man.
Oh, I tell you what happened. He thought that he got confused because there was another team with dark green instead of light green in the lobby, and he thought it was his team.
Yeah.
Yeah, that must have been happened. Happened? That's not a sentence.
That must have
Anyway.
been happen.
That must have been happened. Replay on the spray down. That's a pretty cheeky spray down from Al-Haji. I think he nailed like 2 headshots in a row there onto Mate. And I mean, that was a little bit easier of a spray, but Al-Haji, cracking first shot.
Yeah, unfortunate for Team Spirit though. Is it unfortunate though? That's the real question. I don't know.
Oh!
I don't know.
Should we just call them bozos and move on?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's the general vibe.
Yeah.
Team
Walsh.
Spirit doing weird things.
Oh, it's Walsh time. He's going to put him through the car Walsh? I'll work on it. There's Twisted
It was okay.
Twisted
Twisted Minds.
That wasn't okay. Twisted Mind's going to work on this longhouse as well. Kevin up into the corridor too. Walsh on the outside now. Steps in, crosses over. Not going to get caught in a crossfire. And Jafar goes down. Twisted Minds open up. But Coops goes out as Walsh is wading into the fight. The big man himself. Kevin's there for the backup. But does he really need it? That's the question. They're pushing on in, and Doran now with a nade cooking on the outside, shuts the door. We'll need to reopen it. Steps out, Walsh again for 2. Looks to put the second up on the board. Looks for the flush, not going to find it just yet. Twisted Mind still on the outside, on the upstairs, everywhere around him. But Walsh holds his cool, robs downhill, Lord upstairs. Walsh now gets shut down, spotted by Lord. Wasn't ready for it. And all of a sudden, Volt doesn't have a teammate. He's like, where's Walsh? I need my bodyguard. I can't do it now. And he's got power to deal with on the backlines. Al Haji gets the shot. Twisted Minds now under even more trouble.
Goodness me. Al Haji on his way in to 4 eliminations already for power. Looking for some more to really give the twist on Twisted Minds.
Yes. Nade in. There's power. So far in the lead in this engagement with the assistance. So Haji tries to step up. Too bold though, and Robs can't get the second on. 4 players for power alive. Edge of the blue zone pushing in. Need to move up northeast and move fast because it is a hard northeast shift.
Oh, it's over the limb though. It's pretty good.
Hey,
The power. I'll take that. Navi fending off demons as Guild tries to assault the compound.
From down below, they will ascend as Jakey finds Axa. Zero goes up for the flush, and losing a lot of players here. Navi, again, on a wide split. It feels like splits are getting really heavily punished right now, Blank, in this lobby, and teams are still quite insistent on going for them. Sometimes it will work out for you, right? I mean, there are certain occasions where it is going to work out, but given how central this lobby is, these splits are just getting cut in half, and then you can't regroup. You're completely lost at sea at that point, and I think that's happening more often than not at this stage.
Well, the problem in this lobby, and I think it's quite identifiable for certain squads, is the difference between a good and bad split purely on context. I think that is the big problem a lot of teams are facing at the moment, is just simply the context part, because in a different scenario, that split's good from Navi, gives them a huge amount of control over that area of the map. But when the circle shifts far up towards this north side and is far down towards the southeast on that plane path, you have so many teams all desperate to get in, and they're forced to pick up some of these spots that are open. Again, for the split here, it's not worth it, because you know that a lot of teams are going to try to isolate some of these locations on the outer edges of the map. Same with RCB. Circle centers up over towards you on Rozhok, on Erangel. You don't take a split there, because you don't need to. You really don't need to. It's not worth your time. You play safe and you roam down because you have control over Rozhok early. So yeah, I think it's just context dependent that some of these teams are struggling with a little bit on these circles.
The circle moves out far to the west. It's on the hill just to the east of Los Leones. There is a compound that sits very central onto this that no one's currently in. 77 have a good scout towards it, good oversight onto it. But they're more preoccupied with keeping Trovo out, so Team Spirit could maybe sneak up the inside, but they've only got 2 players, so it would be quite tricky to hold. They might just be more inclined to stay south and let everyone else fight it out, but we'll have to wait and see what they opt to go for. Trovo 2030 finds Adira up on the mountaintop there, and 77 quite split, so could be quite a mission to get this one back. I think they may just give it up.
Magnum backing it off. Zadira is down, so picking him up is a pretty big deal for them. 77 on this split, they know that they've got the hard shift on the circle, so southwest side isn't likely to have a lot of teams there, so they can afford to have a split. Just in terms of trying to isolate these locations, get the information. No one's going to be crashing from behind them. Salam from Trovo 2030, taking shots outwards.
Not going to get that full knock, though. A quick U-turn. Spin the wheel. Get back to safety a little bit. They do manage to get the res. Over onto Zadira for 77. Always important, staying as 4, especially on the split that they're holding. And for 77, I feel like contextually this is a good split, right? It's kind of the opposite of what we've seen from a couple of our teams. They're playing quite far from each other, but in a reasonable position in terms of like where they can guard out towards. They know that Trovo are going to have to fight up north. Zeus, this is over on the northeast side as we hop to the other side of the map. Footballers Chaos trying to hold them out, and it's going pretty well right now. Only Eren left remaining to try and push on in. Has a nade in hand, blasts it just short of the wall. Doesn't look like they know where he is, though. So might have another approach.
Yeah, Zeus is definitely going to struggle here. Footballers Chaos in front of them. Footballers Chaos really going to have quite a tough time at the moment. I've not been best pleased. Good shots from Matic. I wonder how long that's going to last, though, as it's still 3 players bearing down upon Team Spirit.
I mean, holding as 2, it's so important to get that opening knock, right? To get that little advantage against Power. A 2v4 is so much more daunting than a 2v3. So many more chances to make it work. But Team Spirit are on the north side of the compound. They can leave Power for just a little bit. It's unlikely Power are super inclined to go for it. Limbo Boom from 77 has actually flexed out and over to this east side. But right now, the fight is Virtus Pro, it's RCB, it's Vibes, it's IWNRX, all on this eastern side, Blank, trying to push on in. And it is getting pretty hectic. Teams are starting to fall, but I don't think any of them have gone out fully. Finally, IWNRX fall first, but there's still 3 teams in this fight on the east side.
Icy takes a tumble out of the vehicle. And I assume that they might just leave him. So they are going to go for the res. They have a long way to go, though, towards that western side. Vibes currently falling to the play zone. It's a nade over towards Team Spirit as they do share the compound. Nomi, good molly, but instant response with a shotgun.
Bad for the health, that. Matic, 1v3. Nah, not a chance. Spotted, immediately sprayed down. Team Spirit out. And their pretty ragged day continues. Power ascending the rankings, actually, fairly quickly. They're on 9 eliminations. And set to overtake Team Spirit if they can get some decent placements here. On the southeast side, they're actually fairly uncontested, but it's 77 who have the oversight onto this next rotation. There is still this compound that sits really central next to the road, but 77 for so long have had oversight on it. Nobody's had the opportunity to move because everyone on the east has been in fights, everyone on the northwest has been in fights. They haven't been able to get away from it. So that compound is fully surrounded by 77.
And they over to the top. Really found from it, though. Falcons underneath. Ishke taking shots over towards our lead. Massive amount of battering coming through. Sort of on the broad side here.
Icy did get res. They dropped the Molotov short, and Icy has to hop away from it. Keeping his cool, though, as ever. Hope finds him on the cross, and no answer sent in. Ragnar, nade out the side, wanted to put it into the other building across the way. Doesn't quite get enough done there. Leaves it on the windowsill. Like a hot apple pie, but it's not going to waft its way over towards Virtus Pro just yet. A long nade from the background. There is an answer, but again, just eaten up by the cover that sits on this northeast side. No opening knocks found, and finally Bishke goes down, so maybe a chance to hold this one for Falcons.
Yeah, potentially. Good molly, though, onto Ragnar. No. He just has to stand in it.
Spray trades. Steps in. Koa on point there. Finds a second as well with Icy moving around. Nice. And the players upstairs immediately dispatched. As soon as there's an opening found, Virtus Pro ready and waiting to descend on it. 8 eliminations found. They want to drop smokes and get the res onto Bishke, who got downed on the outside. He was their off angle. Power creeping their way up the east side, trying to third party, but the smokes bloom, trying to get the cover for the res.
Guild here on the northwest side, looking a little bit better today. A small margin. Trovo 2030 over towards that northwest side.
Circle center shrink. And it is Trovo to take a knock from Guild. That is going to really slow them down, and they're going to have to move as well. So they have to commit time to this res. Guild could potentially just try and choke this fight out. They know there's players ahead of them. 77 still holding this big split aware that there's a lot of team fights going on, but that's going to start to dry up, and I think they're going to have to get on with regrouping here. I think Shifu probably the main person who's going to have to get back, but I think Zadira also is getting a little bit too bold now. Another nade over towards Ragnarok, and this continues to slow down Trovo. Zero putting nades in from the high ground. Jakey with nades over towards Yusuf. One bounces back his way, but it's not going to connect. Ragnarok crawling away. Found with a nade from Zero. Flushed out.
Yeah, it's an interesting fight going on here. I mean, Fireflux are in front of them, so whatever happens in this fight is likely that they're going to get dragged down by Fireflux in the near future anyway. 77 continues to hold a very aggressive split down towards that southwest side. They've got all the space in the world to make this work. Good shot from Zadira over to Zero, though. Damn.
I mean, I said I wanted him to regroup, right? But I guess he knows better. Fireflux over on the northeast side could be a weak point for him, but Trovo find an opening and immediately fling themselves out wide. But here comes Zadira, still just being the crunch on this one. Will spot GG, not GG. Not going to connect on the spray. Gets back behind cover in time. I mean, his plateau does keep him very safe from Fireflux, but he is still, again, very split. The rest of 77, actually, instead of regrouping Zadira to them, they move up north towards Zadira.
I mean, they are understanding where a lot of the fight's coming from, so if they can just group up, catch the players coming in from the side, again, it's just a case of very good sweeping occurring right now.
Fireflux with the long house on the north side of the circle. Means that Guild, well, rather GG not GG, has to push, and yeah, that goes as expected. Trovo 2030 also with the knocks that they suffered, really bogged down on this northwestern side. Zadira can pen them in almost on his own at this stage, but they do have a 3-player rollout, and they do find the knock. So even though they find one, a lot of damage, Shifu's going to need to keep his teammate safe while the regroup comes through from Limbo Boom.
Shifu. Spotting over towards the side. They should be able to get Zadira back up. He is dropping down towards Limbo Boom now. Makes a hefty bit of fall damage, so they will need to get to him immediately.
Yeah, he's right there. But still, I think they didn't need to. Not well, they seemingly didn't have that answer, that crossfire. But Shifu spinning away, presenting and dipping back. Nades now being cooked, and these could be really, really nasty. Over the head, and Yusuf takes one to the ear. Put to his knee. Now with the shotgun, going to lead in with a nade as well. Sent a little bit long there. Marcelo does survive. Steps out, looks for the spray. Limbo Boom challenges, or is willing to anyway, because Marcelo has backed off. Spraying in. Zadira more concerned with the player towards the back than Marcelo on the forefront. Takes one down with him, but is not going to be even able to get that flush. In comes Fireflux. There's a third party now. They're sweeping around the edge. They're stepping out to the blue. This is big from Lux. Nade in. Goes for the spray with the shotgun. No. Going to step back. They just don't quite have the space to work with there. A moment earlier, and Zadira is completely out.
Yeah, an interesting play from Fireflux. I'm not sure I agree with it. Does leave them extremely exposed now. Ketch is likely to fall. I think when you see that circle shift down towards the roadside, you're more preoccupied with making a decent crossing, and now you give so much space for Virtus Pro just to move up without the sightlines of Fireflux. It's an interesting one.
They back them up off a little bit, and their macro maybe leaving something to be desired, and Zadira's going to catch them. Fireflux faltering on their position on the north. Power, the only team to actually move up to this compound, it turned out. And right now, they are the team to beat. Virtus Pro want to do just that, and pushing in from the southeast side. They're trying to send, but it's so difficult to make that move when you have 77 looking downhill towards you. This slope, in general, is high ground on the west, low ground on the east, which means that 77 have the overlooks onto pretty much everything they could want. Lux nearly goes down all the way. He's going to want to pop a first aid before he goes any further. And Zadira, oh, he's got the underarm nade. Surely this connects. Drops it down, and Lux, oh, doesn't quite go down. Gets away from it just in time.
Yeah, he had to commit to the first aid kit. Nice shot from Icy over towards Limbo. Boom, up on high. I think that might just be game over for him. And Zadira's in a really tough spot now, with the sidelines coming through from Virtus Pro. Again, with Fireflux moving out towards the west, it just gave so much opportunity for Virtus Pro to move out. I do somewhat question it. I guess there's not really anywhere else you can play too well. Power with that compound, looking very dead set on getting a good game here.
Yeah, they have got 9 eliminations already. Currently with 3 players alive. Only Virtus Pro trumps that with 4. They're playing right on the road side of this compound, which could potentially allow Virtus Pro to move up to the warehouse behind them. But that is a pretty treacherous area, and I think would overexpose them to 77. They don't want to make that move yet, but once 77 have to drop off the high ground, then they can start to make their move. So expect to see that breakthrough as soon as Magnum drops down, as soon as they get some information on where 77 are playing. I imagine we're going to see Virtus Pro start to move up and around to more where Koa's playing. Vidan opens, the shot to Zadira is good. And Virtus Pro want to pick off these points over on the north side.
.77, finding looks. Al-Haji will finish off Zadira. Magnum's got to drop down somehow, though. He is lucky, yeah. No. Didn't think he would survive that.
Just Scarface. He's got a building and it is in the zone, so more than you could say for 77. Chifu tries to dart back into the blue to stay safe for a little bit longer and seemingly may have found success with it. Scarface is going to spray down the side panel of the vehicle, but not going to connect under it. The terrain just not playing ball with him. Don't think he can thread that needle. The res comes in, and they do have a functional vehicle. I mean, they could crash and maybe do something, but they're going to need some healing first. Scarface spotted. Oh, backed off the door there, but has 2 first aids left. 77. The blue zone's pushing. We're going to the center. Power have the middle right now.
Swatch from Shifu. Over towards Scarface. Magnum still pumping, but finally shut down. Ooh, he's trapped.
Uh-oh. Bishke and Koa both went down. Koa went down first, Bishke second, and now it's up to Malloy and Icy to try and hold off the Angle's power, wanting to clear this compound for themselves. A stunner around the edge to try and slow things down. An 8 up high, Icy low, caught. Malloy is there, Icy's down. The last to stand for Virtus Pro as they try to move into Power's compound. It's just not going to happen. The way is shut. Power now only have Scarface to deal with. And the fact that he's still alive, up into second place, is great news for Fireflux. There is no way that they expected this to happen. Does tag quite a bit of damage over onto Sard, and I think the center of the circle is kind of out in the middle here, but doesn't have any smokes for Scarface. Sard is going to get some healing. Vidan doesn't get an answer on the damage either. The blue zone's there. Scarface challenging again. Al-Haji not quite finding it, but it's the blue zone doing the brunt, and he will go down to it. Power claim a nice, big, hearty meal, a chicken dinner on 14 eliminations that they were able to find right up into the end. They hold that compound, they move in. It was measured. It was well played from Power. I liked it. Good stuff. They take the chicken dinner.
Yeah, very, very well played from Power. Again, they were moving up from that south side for quite a while from Los Leones. Very, very well done to them. Virtus Pro is a difficult crossing, but I think they were able to get quite a bit of value out of this game, just in terms of the eliminations, the position they were able to pick up. Yeah, weird one Team Spirit though to start here, but this is where it began for Power, already accruing 7 eliminations right at the start of the game, and then just transition to something a little bit more safe.
I mean, it's crazy when you consider the fact that Team Spirit were in the position that Power eventually rotated to. If there was 4, it's a completely different game, and just some weird early game shenanigans came on through. And you can see, yeah, they had to fight for the compound that Team Spirit were in. Against 4, that's a very different fight. And it doesn't go the way that Team Spirit hoped. Power able to move into the compound. The only team actually to set foot in that compound until Virtus Pro came to play. But even then, they just went down to these nades. It was really well held, and I think any more damage done to this power team by this approach from Virtus Pro, and Scarface had a real opportunity, but not going to happen. They were able to keep it really clean in the final moments.
Yeah. 14 limbs. Very, very good game from them, honestly, on this chicken dinner. So hats off to Power here on a very, very fantastic little chicken dinner to add to their tally. Again, a team that has really good standings on Miramar anyway, but we've not exactly seen all of those chicken dinners come out through recently. So it's nice to see them actually pop off here.
Yeah, getting back into the mix. Very good indeed. As we take a look at the match rankings, 24 points earned from that chicken dinner. Virtus Pro up with 15, and again, they are pushing hard on those tables. They're not going to let first place slow them down any amount. They are just keeping up that pace, which is beautiful. Fireflux, they break out with 11 points, and maybe a little bit of a fresh breath for them. 77 as well, 11.
Yeah, 11 points total, but 24 is very nice for Power. But again, for Virtus Pro, just keeping pumping up those score lines for themselves, which is awesome to see. 77, 11 points. I think they played a strong game, honestly, from that position down towards the southwest side, John. And I think their splits were very smart, the way they set them up.
Yeah, they had a long split. I mean, it was really facilitated by the terrain, specifically those plateaus, allowed them to keep it for as long as they did. I think in general, though, I would have liked to see a little bit faster of a regroup on them. It was a bit of a weird one with Fireflux moving up as well. But yeah, I feel like they definitely could have played more towards Power's position than towards the split that they held.
Yeah, for sure. Either way, though, a very fun game and a difficult position on the map to play. The Fireflux, maybe there's something different they could have done there. And I think they needed to really consider the options that they had going into the future, as opposed to maybe focusing a little bit too much over towards 77. But Zadira, once again, 700 damage, highest damage in the lobby. This guy has been popping up on our feed more and more often now.
He is really, really pumping. And 77, very glad to have him on side, obviously. He is doing massive amounts for them, pulling very much from the front. And actually, currently, still, over the course of the entire tournament so far, our MVP with a huge amount of damage in the lead. I think at the moment he sits almost 5,000 damage ahead of second place. When you consider that he's currently on 26,606 damage, that is a massive percentage of the overall damage, right? You're talking about a fifth, right? A fifth of the total damage he's ahead.
It's a massive amount. And again, for 77, they're probably very pleased to have him on side right now to keep on going. It's not to say that the other players on that team aren't also doing a lot of work. Again, I was trying to think if there's any other teams that really did awesomely well in that last match. I think Guild, it was nice to see them get further into it, but it was mutual destruction once again between them and Trovo 2030.
Yeah, on that northwest side, it just kind of came to a crunch, and it's unfortunate, but that was some pretty nasty area of Miramar as well. I mean, you're playing just on the east side of Los Leones, which means that in general you're coming in from the top, the right, and the bottom. There's not really any approach from that western side, which just funnels these hotspot engagements, and that's what we saw start to pop off. But Power, they move into that central area. They avoid the majority of that fighting, get a whole load of eliminations for it, and take a chicken dinner. We've got one more Miramar to play. We'll see you in a few minutes. With one more match to play today, Virtus.pro are still very much ahead of the competition this week. Their third day of play has seen success as well. My name is John Allen, with me is Blank, and we are going to be seeing our final Miramar of day 3 for week 3, our team's final opportunity to get those league ranking points up on the tables and qualify for the finals.
Yeah, this is the last chance this week to actually make it up towards that top side of the tables there and make it into the finals. Some of our teams will be working very hard to make that happen. Others, maybe not so much so. This time around, though, I think for Power, very, very good game. Virtus.pro, though, still keeping up those averages, and 77, a team that I highly expected to continue to do quite well, have done. Heroes are head-to-head from week 3. It's 831 damage from Power Esports, and Twisted Minds with 984, so doing slightly better. And I think that it has been in the past that Power has looked really good, and Twisted Minds just this week look marginally better.
Yeah, these averages from this week spelling a story of Twisted Minds getting a little bit better at results in those fights, but still Power, their survival time in general has always been one of their most powerful assets, right? And in general, that's what's seeing them towards the high point scoring that we've seen from them. Their ability to make smart insertions into circles and stay alive. Sometimes their fights do go right. Oh, denied. Unkindness in Zeus. That's not fun.
I know, very, very mean. We don't like to see that.
Bad time.
Yeah. You can unleash the beast with Monster Energy over at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. What's a little bit of attention here, apparently? Put the camera on me, please.
Classic of like, oh, put the camera on me, and then the camera goes to him, and he's like, I don't know what to do. I didn't plan for this. I didn't realize what I asked for. It's panic. Whoa. Did you see the rate on that hand warmer shaking from Vibes? They're ready to go. They're vibrating into this match.
I was testing some pasta.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It just finished cooking.
Yeah.
As we finished the break.
Ah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, so I was like, I'll have a little taste.
What have you tasted?
Just the pasta.
Oh, okay. What's going to go on the pasta? I'm excited now.
It's already got stuff on it. It's like it's a vegan nuja and broccoli thing. Tastes good.
I'm not coming around for tea, but I'm sure you'll enjoy it.
The hell? It's really nice, actually.
I'm a picky eater. You know this.
That is true. It's good. It's like just nice sauce.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I realized that my body was screaming out for more vegetables, so that has been my goal recently.
I think mine has been doing that for probably like 30 years.
Yeah.
Denied though. Our producer seemingly agrees. That's been the way. I've just like bullied my body into submission. I said, "You'll take crisps and you'll like it." Repeatedly, every single time.
That's all it gets.
This is the same circle. What's going on?
Yeah, I think there needs to be a glitch in the system.
We must go to Puerto Paraíso.
I think something needs to change. I don't know why this keeps happening, but it does.
We've had 2 military circles, 2 Puerto Paraíso circles. If we'd have had another Sanhok, it would have gone to the same place as the first time, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's like, how can we make these circles more exciting? But we tease Sosnovka every time, and also tease Island Finish every time. This is going to be the Island Finish that I feel.
East Island Finish! You feel it in your bones?
I do.
Ooh.
Absolutely.
In his...
I can't believe you're not on board with my vegan times.
I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of Nduja at the best of times.
Nduja?
Nduja?
I just got this Nuja.
Nduja. Is that how you say it?
Nuja, I think.
Nduja?
Nuja?
Didn't you? Didn't you?
Nuja? I could look it up.
Yeah, that would probably solve the issue. That's generally how information finding can help a lack of knowledge. I feel like that's
Nduja.
Is it Nduja?
Yeah.
Vindication.
Weird.
Vindication for John.
I was just guessing, so.
That's fair. I mean, it's not a common sound that we have in English, so, you know, fair
Nduja.
enough. Nduja.
Nduja. Imported to Calabria by Giacchino Murat, the king of the Naples.
The king of the Naples.
King of Naples
Okay.
during the Napoleonic era.
Napoleonic.
Napoleonic.
Not Napoleonic.
Napoleonic.
Because that guy was French. I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure.
I'm struggling.
Yes, I mean, those Europeans and their crazy pronunciations, blank. Gah. What a load of funny so-and-sos.
Causing me problems.
Why didn't they just all speak English? Goodness me.
It would make things easier, no?
Yeah. It's inconsiderate, really. I'll have a word. Not in English, though. Gah.
Very mean.
That's it, I'm upset.
Oh, yeah.
I'm so upset right now.
Well, don't be upset.
No. That's it. I've decided.
All right. Let's have a little bit more and do you. I'm just kidding. Or am I?
Oh.
If I go silent, you know what's happening.
He's having a little snack on the side. I
having
can
some
tell.
pasta.
A little pasta break. I mean, this is the early phase of the game, but right now, Vibes not letting you go for your pasta break. You've got to pay attention, Blank, because Heroic, they have already lost a player. However, they still have 7 more because Walsh is alive. And he is the raid boss for the team.
He is, yeah. He counts as 8 men.
It's a shame that when you eliminate him, you don't get 12 points, you know?
Yeah, you should do, right?
Yeah.
It's like a bounty on him.
Yeah.
They should do that in game where there's there'd be bounties on players.
That would be cool. Like, you get an elimination, your bounty goes up by 1.
Yeah, or like you get a chicken dinner, everyone's bounty goes up by like a few.
Oh yeah, maybe that could be that could be interesting. I think that would be an interesting format for like a different style of tournament. Obviously, don't want to get too freaky with it. I think as at the PMSLs or the PMGCs, but you know, I'm looking at you, PMWC. Maybe a rules refresh. I could dig it.
It'd be cool. In the meantime, though, we have a lot of fighting going on.
Many fights.
Between Heroic and Vibes.
Yeah, Weiss does get spotted. IWNRX are moving down the east side as well. Falcons are fighting with RCB and Fireflux in the middle of the map right now, or in the middle of the circle, rather, on the east end of Los Leones, which we all know and love. We're very familiar with it. Do you think that Kitsune will successfully make the rotation to the south side of Los Leones this time, Blank?
So, no.
Okay.
I don't have that much confidence. Team Spirit's a weird team, and I even prepped myself for this. Yeah, take him down.
Oh, with the plan.
Give him the cold hard iron. I even prepped myself for this in week 1. I was like, Team Spirit are probably going to do pretty poorly, and then they will swing back and do crazily well. And I was not right. They just did badly the entire week.
They had a third mode. Excellent.
Yeah. And then I was like, oh, okay, well, I guess this should be a rough tournament for Team Spirit. Week 2 rolls around. They're insane. I'm like, oh my God, they're back on.
Yeah.
They're back on. Week 3.
Oh, no.
Now we need each other. What's going on?
But what if we didn't play well? Aha!
Yeah, there's some strange things happening at the moment.
An excellent trick from Team Spirit. Loxy doesn't go down to that nade, but there's a lot of rounds hammering into the side of his vehicle. Not going to be able to connect. Still safe for now. Rita, last opportunity. Step up, go on, connect with one. Once is all it's going to take, and he's not going to get it.
I feel like
Loxy, away!
he should have had it.
He should have had it.
I feel like he should have had it.
Should have had
Exit.
Uh-oh.
Falls on his back.
Whoa.
There's a spray from Scarface. Boom.
2. Boom.
Done pretty good actually for himself.
Very
Let's
good.
see where RCB is. Over towards this northern side. People know generally what to do now in this circle, I would say. We've played it enough.
I mean, literally
We have
just now.
Played it enough. Yeah. And about 4 other games that have happened in short succession recently.
Alert. Team Spirit are moving. That means they're going down. Los Leones Circle is going to be slap bang in the middle. Let's see who gets those high ground positions. The west side of Los Leones, we know that we hate it. That tiered approach from the west edge makes things so tricky. But getting into the middle of Los Leones right now, I think is going to be hot priority for teams making the move fast. Team Spirit moving around Twisted Minds on the southwest side. Could be... Nope, they've managed to find a path on into the north and actually close to the middle of Los Leones.
They're in. I mean, to be fair, it's actually not a bad spot where they hold up in right now. It works for them.
Uh-oh. Oh, no. So, yeah, Silas had to hop out of the vehicle. It was going up in flames, and he really couldn't move too much further. Shifu backed off the ridge line, so RCB make it into Los Leones with 3. The west side a little bit more devoid of life right now. Everyone's packing in on the east edge. Lovely little shot there from Icy, actually, across the way. Virtus Pro further south, but Icy is a lone outpost for them. The rest of the team actually on the road right now, potentially looking to put in towards Los Leones as well.
Yeah, trying to head in that way. A lot of teams are kind of playing towards the outer edge as well. I think that is the thing that we're seeing at the moment. And because they don't really want to commit over towards central location and struggle. But this is fine. This will do the trick.
Twisted Minds, who have pushed in behind Team Spirit, have managed to find an opening to them. See if they can last. Shifu, very much in danger and unretrievable now for 77. Virtus Pro take up that high ground position. Currently with the highest angle across the rest of this lobby as well. Virtus Pro going to be moving into the west points here. 77, they tried to hold their wide split again, and it really hasn't worked out this time. More so than last time, I think. In fact, he got knocked close to Twisted Minds, and you can see they've expanded that smoke train, but yeah, I don't think you're getting Effect back to his feet. He is crawling desperately towards Kitsune.
Help!
Help!
There's a chance,
Oh.
you know, that he does get back.
He's going to stick it. And the nade, the knockover towards the back lines.
The smoke disappearing on the side is a bit awkward.
Oh, no. But the knock onto Twisted Minds means that 2 of their sightlines are gotten rid of, and they get him back. How on earth do you manage that? Okay, Kitsune's forgiven. He's the best player in the world.
He's made it happen. Fair play to it.
He's just like the best player.
That he is. Well done, Kitsune. You've proved yourself there, laddie.
You have been weighed. You have been measured.
And you have been... What is that from?
That's from A Knight's Tale.
That is from A Knight's Tale.
Yeah, although the next line doesn't really make sense when applying to this specific situation. It's you have been weighed, you have been measured, and you have been found wanting.
Yeah. It's said by all 3 of them.
I think it's like a repeated line.
Yeah, it's from the evil man from before.
Yeah, the sheriff of dukedom and bad evil town, or whatever it is.
Yeah, the nasty area.
Nastyman. Mazzaro,
Nasty.
being the nastyman for Darkin. Popping up, laid up high, not going to go over the peak and keeps him nice and safe. Tucked behind the tiles. Now he can strike his stuff forwards. Weiss, though, cut on the outside. Does get immediately flashed. Another knock over towards Rita and Victor. Storms through the back door. Only to be met with a DBS. Brutal resistance here. And Zeus, they managed to hold that. Goodness me, I thought Vibes had that wrapped up, but no.
No, they're actually in and they're fine. Fireflux currently up against Na'Vi. Lemon with the pump shotgun. It's not going to do too well. Close range there versus the M4.
Ooh, a shot down onto Lemon. And Fireflux have had a little bit of pressure relieved from them. They'll be happy because there are only 2 of them left. But this is all fighting for scraps at this point blank. The southeast part of Los Leones is going to be the high priority area now, and there's a lot of hilltops that Virtus Pro currently control on the east edge. You've also got Guild on the south side with IWX, NRX sheltering in the compounds in their shadow down towards the south side. So it's going to be interesting to see what can be made of this position up to the north, because it, in my mind, as I said, is just going to be fighting for scraps.
Well, it's Chaos. Taking a couple of shots here from Na'Vi. Yeah, just waiting for, honestly, this next shift, like you say, because does it head down towards the southeast? We've seen this before, where teams were over towards that high ground and got a good game off the back of that, or is it up towards that northwest side, in which case we're going to have a little bit more of an interesting game.
Storm moving in. Dangerous territory near Na'Vi. Hopefully he can get something done here. Allow Footballers Chaos to at least guard out Na'Vi. Close to flip. Landing some shots, but has the nade cooking as well. Reposition. I think he heard the steps, and Storm launches a nade. That looks pretty good. Right next to flip. And it blasts straight in the middle of the smoke. Perfectly placed. Now another to try and follow it up. Goes a little bit longer. And again, another perfect nade. 2 for 2. And Storm high up on the batting averages right now for those nades. Pops one, and Na'Vi are down to 2 players.
Yeah, Na'Vi struggling off the back of that one. The circle does shift and it heads over towards Los Leones. There's a little bit of that high ground that sits on the side. For the time being, you just got squads chilling at the moment. Football is Chaos over towards that north side, likely to get squeezed here. And despite Na'Vi losing a player, I think Football is Chaos likely next to take a tumble.
Fireflux. I mean, they got the knock onto default, but there was the res coming on through. Now Axa in default. Continue house hunting. But the estate agent's not really taking their calls right now. They're not particularly welcome here, Fireflux. I don't know if they're aware that Na'Vi's gotten up and into this building. It could be dangerous if they don't keep their wits about them here. To the east side of Los Leones. Virtus Pro with that high ground. I mean, as I said before, like when this circle originally popped, it is going to be commanding for the time being. But now looking towards stage 5, stage 6, getting down from it and into a very packed east side of Los Leones, it's going to be difficult for them, potentially, to leave that high ground.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I think that, honestly, there are teams that have shunted themselves down towards that south side a little bit more. In Team Spirit, very central right now. But as there are a lot of teams, it's genuinely going to be a case of the next circle shifts and how they play about. And Guild is sort of lost down towards this south side because they need to move, John.
Yeah, it's definitely time to make that storm down the mountainside. But things are really quite quiet. I mean, we're waiting on the circle to really dictate pacing here. I mean, if it goes for a hard west shift, things go really, really pear-shaped for a lot of these teams. And moving through these alleyways, through these roadsides is really difficult. I will highlight something that I spotted Team Spirit currently doing. They're playing 2 north of the road, 2 south of that road. And I think that's really smart. I mean, you know that it's likely you're going to have to commit to one side or the other. So holding both right now is the best time to do it. South shift. Okay, so Guild maybe don't have to leave this higher ground on the south edge. They have an opportunity to keep a hold of it. The danger is that the people up the top of these buildings could maybe get a peek over towards them, but they're in for a lot longer. So are Virtus Pro.
Yeah, curious that they would actually stay around this area. I did not expect that at all. But still do the trick. Not too unhappy with the way this one has panned out, honestly.
Footballers Chaos trying to make their way in from the north side under cover of mountain. Virtus Pro not taking shots, neither are heroic at all. IWNRX potentially in their direct crash path, and Yekta careens into the side of the building. IWNRX now have to address this. Zedwolf hops out, a quick reverse, slams it back into gear for Frozen, back to the rest of his team, and Falconist goes down. Kind lands first blow, and Virtus Pro may be able to chime in. So are Twisted Minds across the way. Zedwolf goes down. Falconist is still out here, but can get res by Storm. IWNRX, they looked like they wanted to move, but they had to change their plans super quickly, and they lose a player for it.
IWNRX, tough position, tough times ahead as well. I mean, they're quite central, and there are so many teams around them that would love to get rid of them going to the future here, John. What is Chaos in front? At that, IWNRX, Footballers Chaos, RCB, as well as 77 off in the distance. What a tough position to be in for a lot of these teams.
It is definitely a nasty spot. One that you can't really mess around with too much. I think the same still applies to Virtus Pro's position, though. It is great right now. They don't go down. It's impossible for them to fall from this spot, but being right on the edge of the circle has got to be a worry, and they've got to be planning their route ahead, tracking these teams, trying to find a weak spot in the defenses. It's Trovo 2030. They're holding out the north side. That's default. They are very split right now, the two players on Na'Vi, so AXA nowhere nearby to cover that, to go for a res. Last player to stand, he's in the cloisters out in the west right now of the circle, just behind Team Spirit, who are still holding their 2 north, 2 south of the road, by the way. So making it a lot easier for them to cross, but I imagine they're going to start thinking about getting closer into this one.
If we take a look at the way the circle is currently, we're about to shift. I mean, we got to figure out exactly where these teams need to move across to. Azel gets away with murder there, being able to run out like that. And Doran will find Al-Haji, but likely not a flush.
Kitsune got spotted, by the way, from Trovo 2030. He was the farthest southwest of the Team Spirit players, and they threaded a shot all the way through the buildings. And he got flushed out as well, so Team Spirit on 3. Centers up, down go Virtus Pro. Where are they going to end up? They go into the compound right underneath Guild, and maybe Guild played a little bit too long up on this high ground because they're just about mounting up as well, and they descend. Could be a big crash on this south side, either towards Virtus Pro or towards Power.
Team Spirit. They move out towards that eastern side, but they're taking knocks left, right, and center. Twisted Minds actually have a very strong spot here, John. More than anything. And it still surprised me the Guild's just kind of just hovering around that south side for the time being. Trovo and Zeus have a bit of a grudge match going on between every single match we've seen so far today. And we'll be looking to conclude it very shortly.
Hey, why change it now? You know, Marcelo does get knocked. Fireflux on the upper floor. Scarface and Lux in the vicinity. But Ragnarok spots Scarface. Lux now cooking a nade to try and keep Fireflux in this one. Salam puts another nade up high to try and get more damage onto the enemy team. As Trovo want to push through, but Zeus are in their way, 77 beyond them. There's the flush coming in. No one breaking away in terms of these elimination counts just yet, Blank, but Fireflux are on 4, Zeus are on 4, Footballers Chaos on 4 as well. As Lux stays out in the blue, just a little bit more time to get that cross. Ragnarok chimes in, takes Eren down. Lux just picks that point. No, it was Trovo, actually. They managed to keep that flush. But now they know where Lux is, and Reese is going to light up the cross. The blue zone's still upon them. Can be first aid kitted, and Lux dashes through. Rita gives up the angle.
Yeah, he's just out of there. Rita moves out of the way. Will be taken down in the process. Waiting for stage 7 now. And Na'Vi down, yeah. I mean, it was only a matter of time, right? They were in a really tough spot over on that north side.
Yeah, definitely. Difficult to do anything with that. They were playing as 2 for the longest time and just trying to sneak their way through the city. Didn't pan out for them. As this north side just keeps on crunching in. Everybody biting bullet after bullet. Zeus been through the walls and they're only left with the one. Darkin. Take shots over towards Trovo 2030. Heroic on the east being that side stop to the fight, but only 2 players, Volt and Jafar. RCB should be picking up more points from this location than they are, but they're not willing to peek. They're playing as 3.
Trovo sending a ton of smokes out from the side here. Next circle shifts down. Oh, it's a horrible spot jump.
Oh.
Right on the roadside. Dear, dear me.
This is nasty. Big nade over the top. Actually doesn't go in before the res. Means no re-knock. Guild are really suffering. They try and roll down a Virtus Pro, tearing them apart. Trovo 2030 making their move and again getting torn apart. Coops had a massive high ground position over the rest of the circle, but now he has to leave from it. He has to drop down. Team Spirit still with 3 of their players. So still with a chance, but they've got to get some healing done and push through amongst all of this messy circle. They're right on the edge of it. As Coops still has that high ground for a moment longer. And he's going to milk every ounce that he can out of it. This guy knows parkour. He ain't taking full damage, you kidding? Not in a million years.
Jafar down. Bolt on the outside. Molotov in. Looks kind of good and will at least cause them some problems. As Twisted Minds to find Bishgate on the side. Stage 7 with 34 players and 12 teams is astonishing, but less astonishing understanding that we are in Los Leones is the single place where this becomes a big problem for a lot of squads.
Volt trying to survive the bombardment here. Dokkenmer with another nade. I mean, he knows that he's moved, and that should... No, it just goes long. Incorrect cook there. And Falconist will be burnt away. Another nade towards the edge. Volt soaks another nade. Now moves forwards. No pressure from the sidelines either. He's being a nuisance. A buzzing fly in the ear of Footballers Chaos right now. And that's going to stop them from making headway into the circle. But that's not going to stop Twisted Minds on the other side. They're pushing straight through. Power cannot withstand. Coops did go down in their approach, but still alive. Al-Haji, though, maybe not quite able to get the shots on towards Doran. It could have been disastrous, but there's still more to come. Fidan's still in play, and it's Doran now in a 1 versus 1 to try and keep Twisted Minds in. Lord going to bleed out there and confirm that flush away. Virtus Pro off in the distance will look to move out here as well. Fidan looks for more fight as Doran on the corner has 4 nades, 4 Molotovs as well. Steps out, goes for the spray. A beautiful little hop across there for Doran to keep them in, but needs the res onto Robs really quickly now to stay alive.
Yeah, 7 eliminations. What's more surprising though is that Virtus Pro again have been able to get a good amount of work done here, John. 6 eliminations and 4 players nonetheless. And they're right on that south side, so they have a huge amount of space to work with. It's all going to pop off soon though. Head to stage 8. 18 players, 8 teams.
Oh, I mean, that's what you get in urban finishes, right? It's just so tightly packed. Nades get bled dry quite quickly and leave you a little bit down on supplies for the late game, for these final circles. Magnum overexposed there. The UMP connects on the spray. Wild, good for it. Fully decked out for close quarters combat. Look at that. UMP and pump action shotgun for Wild. They knew this time was coming. And now is the hour. IWNRX, 0 eliminations, but they are in a pretty solid spot. Footballers Chaos going to struggle to move towards them. Virtus Pro extending their line of fire. And they've spotted Footballers Chaos. Trying to move around IWNRX. It doesn't work out well. Wild running a little bit low on the UMP ammo. So may need a little bit of a restock there. 77 will be eliminated as well. Stage 8, they go out in 8th place.
Team Spirit. Looking to push out towards the side here now, John. Yeah, Doran dropping down Molotovs left, right, and center. He has done a fantastic job for the team to stay in this game. Now it's Nomi and Matic, last left alive. Push on through. Hefty bit of damage. Now he has to send out. And he will be taken down. DBS from Matic is there. He's missing the shots, but gets it through the smoke finally.
But loses his teammate in the process, which is disastrous. Twisted Minds with one player left standing. Matic wants to rack up these placement points, these elimination points. A nice bouncer, but he's already sidestepped it. Matic too quick with it. Another nade for both of these players. He knows exactly where Matic is. That's right at his feet. He darts back in and again finds cover, but this time takes damage. Doran still low, and he has to go for the run out at some point. Virtus Pro, in the meantime, advancing. All 4 of their players swarming now towards Los Leones. Matic has the inside track. He's stepping out. He's vulnerable from the off angle. The blue zone's going to push. Matic needs to find this challenge. Doran on the corner. Waits for him to peek in. Matic cooking the nade. Doran jumps close. He spots it. Pops up. DBS in hand now. No nades to be in play. And steps in, back into the blue, and he will find the dip. Virtus Pro crashing across the roadside. 3 teams remain. Icy lit up from the sidelines, and Matic once more, but he might not be able to find it here as he's pushed back inside. A big nade from Frozen on the backlines. Takes 2 of Virtus Pro out of play. A third over the top. What more is he going to find here? Popping shots into the smoke. A nade goes long, goes high, and finds the backline. It's Matic in a 1 versus 2. Team Spirit look to try and keep it together here in the face of tournament table toppers Virtus Pro. A big nade forwards. But it's not going to connect. The reses have come through, and Virtus Pro are finding all of their players alive. It's the play zone to do it. They don't even need to find the shots. Wise from Matic to get it done. Takes himself out of the equation. He says, 2nd place, I'll take it. See you guys in the next day.
I mean, it was just a little bit short, was that nade there. Again, happy birthday. Went through one more time.
We're not sure to who, but happy birthday to you. There you go.
Very sweet, though, coming through from Icy. Yeah, Virtus Pro, another chicken dinner on the day. Unbelievable stuff from Virtus Pro currently. They've had a very, very good time of it. I don't really think they need to do too much more at this point. But there you go. They can keep putting up points nonetheless. Now, MVP. I'm going to do it now.
Okay.
Who are you thinking?
You're really getting ahead of yourself here. I mean, I feel like it has to be one of Virtus Pro. Given that they've had another banger day, I think I want to choose... I think I want to choose Icy? No. I don't know. Honestly, I think it's Virtus Pro, but that's where
I think it's Bishke.
You think it's Bishke? I mean, he did get a lot of work done in the Erangel game. He did a lot of damage.
Yeah.
I think it's Bishke. I mean, Icy or Koa would have been my choice. I think that would... yeah. I think it's one of those 2. Sorry, Malloy. You're no one's first choice.
He's the IGL. He does the smart thinking. That's fair enough.
Okay.
Yeah, good game from Virtus Pro. Well done to them.
I think so too.
But it's definitely Bishke.
You think it's Bishke? Okay.
It's definitely Bishke.
Oh, well, yeah. If you said it, then we don't even need to show the graphic then at that point, right?
No, obviously not. We can just get him up and okay. Get Bishke up
okay, production, we'll show it. It's okay. Don't worry.
We're just getting him to show who he's challenging. We don't need to see it. It's fine.
That's true.
Don't worry about it.
That's true. They do have another call out from it, almost certainly. I mean, I think it would be pretty reckless to go for anyone except for a player from Virtus Pro for MVP today.
Yeah, it would be kind of a crazy move more than anything.
Yeah.
But here's our match rankings: 19 points for Virtus Pro, which is quite a lot considering the circle. It was a very difficult position to be in.
That's so many points. Oh my god. They had the difficult move, right? The plus side was that they were rotating against Guild. They were their main rotation competitors, and well, you know.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, you know.
You know what's good.
Yeah. They had the inside track. They were able to do quite well, and the fact that they were sort of isolated on their side of the road as well, so that a lot of the fights on the other side had to conclude first, and then they could just sort of do cleanup duty. Obviously, has played very well for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Having a look over towards this side of the things, though, Fireflux with 4 points total, Zeus with 4. So there was a couple of teams that actually got a little bit of points down towards the bottom, but not really all that many whatsoever. Next up, though, is our match report. Bishke, most eliminations and most grenade eliminations.
There you go. Wild, highest damage, not quite breaking the 1,000 though, and I'm sure again that this is going to be a pretty heavily contested zone on the match report, because urban environments, just always these finishes get very, very chaotic. A lot of separate, disparate fights that sort of conclude with 1 or 2 players getting out alive. And in general, it's always just very, very chaotic. So I'm expecting on the damage meters for it to be quite level across the board.
Yeah, I'd say so. I think that's reasonable for the damage. I mean, the damage, to be fair, 968 is quite an impressive amount on an urban finish, because you don't get a lot of chances to actually take shots.
True.
But yeah, so I quite like that. 207 points though. Very, very well done to Virtus Pro, and still at least 1 day ahead of them. So 207 points, good margin, 6 chicken dinners, very, very healthy scoreline. And a lot of the teams just don't really have the same kind of momentum. I think there's another team that's pumping those kind of points out. So going into finals, this is a very, very good place to have those points coming through and feel really comfortable coming up from your week 3 into those 3 days of finals.
And RCB, 12 matches played, still on the front page on 85 points. They didn't quite have the power that they had on day 1 of this week. They had to sit out and they kind of lost momentum there. But they are still the highest performing team on 12 matches played. And RV will be hot on their heels, though, with 75. And S2G, same story, 75 points there. 18 points, 18 matches played for Guild. They're not in bottom 4, though. Do they stay there? I don't know.
Yeah, they got out.
Squeaky,
very squeaky. 16th place. It's very close. Heroic was able to, with the help of Walsh, get up to 64 points, put himself in 15th place. But bottom 4 is Brute Force Vibes, Black Esports, and Footballers Chaos. Brute Force, really the one that feels very odd. But I do think that when they come back in, they should be able to overtake Guild. Potentially.
You'd hope.
Potentially.
You'd hope.
Yeah. You would hope.
Somebody's got to be last, and maybe it won't be Guild.
Maybe.
May not be.
Perhaps.
Probably will be, though. It's a fairly common occurrence. I mean, yeah, they're not performing to the standard of the rest of the lobby. Even when they have, like, that opportunity just then is a great example, right? They had a brilliant overlook on the south side, and Virtus Pro just completely take everything that was theirs for the keeps and take a second chicken dinner on the day. That's the second day in a row that they've got 2 chicken dinners, I believe. They have been adding to their tally time and time again. 115, 9 point elimination chicken dinner has been brilliant from them so far across all of our matches. So credit to them. Well done.
Yeah, very, very well done. 840 damage on a chicken dinner. Interesting one from Team Spirit, but there you go. They get it done. But yeah, 2 more chicken dinners. It feels like it's 2 chicken dinners per day. That's how it's working.
It's their quota, you know? It's a healthy diet.
Quota to have. It's a good quota to have. Let's put it that way.
It's a healthy diet, right? 2 good meals per day. And then you don't even need to dip into the granola bars, you know?
Well, yeah. Fair enough.
Have you finished your pasta? Are you done? Are you done with that?
I haven't. No,
Well-
I've not got anywhere near it.
Well, snack on this instead, because we've got the MVP, and it's Koa. It's not Bishke. You were so wrong.
I was so wrong.
You were
That's
so
crazy.
wrong.
I don't believe it. How has that happened?
I don't know. I'm going to take a look at the stats and
Damn.
what they actually are for second and third, see if you were even close on that metric. Oh, interesting. Al-Haji was second, and Aaron from Zeus Esports was third. Bishke was
I was
fourth.
nowhere near. I was
Bishke
nowhere
was
near.
fourth. Yeah,
I'll
I
take
mean,
fourth.
so a big part of this is the fact that Koa got 3,229 damage. Bishke today got 1,947. So that's a big difference maker. Bishke got 16 limbs and Koa only got 14, but when you're almost doubling damage, there's just no competition.
Yeah, a little bit. Again, Cole was yesterday's MVP. MVP again, very nice. It's sort of expected that to happen as well, though, with Koa, because he is such a good player. I thought that Bishke had just done enough. He was hitting some big elimination counts. Again, he's very good with the grenades. He does open up a lot of opportunities, but it is Koa, realistically, the one who is putting in the big amount of work. We'll see who he challenges for tomorrow in his MVP showdown.
Yeah, maybe they'll think twice about going for Black Esports, because that kind of went a little bit scary for them. They did pull it back together in the end, though, so it was super chill and not a problem. Are we going to see another guild call out? Ooh, could be. I'm being very mean to guilds today, because they didn't play well. So
Yeah, you're being a little bit mean.
yeah, I'm being a bit
It's okay.
I'm getting spiky.
okay.
You know,
They didn't play well, like you said.
I'm getting my
Like you
elbows
said.
out. I'm walking through. I'm making a problem.
You are the problem.
Yeah, that's me.
But overall, to be honest with you, it's a fun day. Again, I just feel like some of our teams that we expect to do a little bit more just haven't really got there yet. And it's only Virtus Pro has been like, we can play the game now. This is cool. They have also got all the circles on Miramar down towards the southeast side, which does play a little bit into this.
Yeah, I mean, it is just a bit of a weird dynamic as a tournament overall. In like you were saying, with teams that are doing well or not doing well, there's always that question of like, well, are they hiding strats for finals? And I think that I always just sort of think like, okay, yeah, maybe. And especially I think it's a little bit more viable of a reasoning for teams like Team Spirit, for IWNRX and Brute Force, where they're pretty far ahead on their small regional tables for their qualification spot to PMGC. So maybe they're just a little bit more reluctant to actually sort of develop a lot of strategy to give teams around the world the opportunity to watch them, to install their strats into their head. It's football is chaos. So Virtus Pro just trolling the bottom of the tables right now. They're just finding out whoever's lost and going, yeah, you guys.
Yeah.
Come and have a go.
Just get them. Just take them on.
Those guys. Yeah, come on.
Yeah, I think Footballers Chaos is one that I thought they would go for yesterday, and they didn't. But today, they heed my warning, or at least my suggestion. We'll put it that way.
Yeah, hopefully they'll be able to win this one out more convincingly than they did against Black Esports. But we'll have to wait for that tomorrow. You can find out about everything that's been going on here at the PMSL EMEA on our social channels that you can see down below on various different social media platforms, whichever one tickles your fancy. Make sure you're heading on over, dropping a follow, dropping a like, having a little bit of fun with it. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank, and we have certainly been having fun today watching the EMEA teams. And we are going to be saying goodbye to you now.
Bye.
So goodbye. See you tomorrow.
Here, but Ratto Boy goes down. The need through the back line. He finds one, and it's turned.
There's the response back though. First pickup. Yo! He goes on to do it.